Good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining early. I got your screen names adjusted and looks like you checked most people in. Still waiting, of course, for more, but we'll get started at 9. And I just wanted to confirm one person I don't recognize is Laura Dominaic. Just curious if you could just identify yourselves and who you're affiliated with. Also, Linda, can you turn that background off of your
Trying to
video?
talk.
I know, I'm gonna join the YouTube.
Hi, Michael, can you hear us?
I can. A little bit of an echo,
Good
but
morning, Judge. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We cannot hear him.
Can anyone hear me?
Maros can hear you.
Okay. That happens quite often where I think I'm going and I'm not. It's just talking to the court reporter, so I think everything's working.
Oh, really?
Any word from Laura? Looks like you have two connections.
He just was there for a minute.
Tech backup and a connection with the video.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear somebody, but I don't know who you are. So,
Hi, it's Laura.
Laura. Okay, I'm not. Okay, Laura, great. Is this Laura Dominaic?
It is Laura Dominiak.
Okay, great. So I didn't see a party affiliation with your name. Are you connected with one of the parties?
Your Honor, she is with my office.
Okay. So it's looks like a tech person or
Yes, correct.
great. All right, I'll just indicate that. Where is it?
Your Honor, can you still hear us okay?
Yes. I think you should
Can you
be.
turn-
You may need to speak up, whoever that was. You need to speak up when it's your turn to speak. There's a little bit of an echo, but you're definitely connected, so that's good. Who's Ryan Hunt with? Can't recall. Oh, is that okay? 435, right? All right, we got more people connected. And just still missing a few parties, but it's it's time to start. So, all right, we have our court reporters there. Yeah, I see you there. I'm gonna pin you to the top here. For me, anyway.
Judge Newmark, I can't figure out how to turn my background off.
Okay, that's fine. I guess
Which
I should have reminded everyone about that yesterday, but we'll proceed the way it is. That's not a problem.
Your Honor, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great.
Well, we'll get started. We'll be letting people in as they come. We're still missing.
Can I just ask one question? Ms. Polakowski, when you speak, the box BHW lights up. Is that like
Sure.
two
So
things?
I am in a conference room
Okay.
and we have two different connections going so that people can see the screen. I can put on the record when we go on who's in the room with me.
That's up to the judge. I just want to make sure that that's you speaking.
If
Indeed.
there's will other people be speaking in your room, Attorney Polakowski?
It is not my intent to have others in the room speak.
Okay, all right. So okay, there wouldn't be any way to have you be at the machine that has the microphone.
Uh,
Yeah, it's, you give us 3 minutes.
if you give us 3 minutes is what I'm
Yeah.
told.
Okay, that'll work. Fine. It's probably, I think that'll be helpful. Mainly because the video won't pick up your face unless you're speaking in front of that.
Ah, got it.
And that device has to have the camera on then too. So
Sure.
okay. Thanks for catching that, Debbie.
That's why I said Zoom is so much easier because the box lights up with somebody's name.
Right. And this is a very important box to light up. So that's good. Like I'm dating myself. It's like Hollywood Squares, right? The box lights up and
Yeah,
as things speak.
I think most of us here remember that.
I haven't thought of that. And I mean, you just think of Brady Bunch when you think of Zoom, but which is even probably even older, right? But Hollywood Square is probably a better analogy.
Did we have anybody from Clean, Wisconsin the last 2 days?
Oh, oh yes, they were. So Katie is here now. She was
Oh,
sitting
that's right. Okay.
behind
Sorry, Katie.
George, I think most.
I was very quiet.
Yeah.
It just was never mentioned. You were there and it's on my parents' list, but
Yeah.
Morning,
I
Your
saw-
Honor. While we're on the subject, I'll be taking over this afternoon if need be. But I was planning to not be on until that time, if that's okay with you.
Hi with me. You guys are, and yeah, you guys take care of it however you want. That's
And then make sure that her input for Zoom.
Is it going?
And then Ethan, I'm gonna enter the XLR. And then make sure the input.
good thing they have a tech person with them.
Judge, I know that Mary Oyen didn't
Mhm.
speak yesterday, but she's a party. Is there any way to move her box? Because I'm on the second screen now. Is there any way to move her box up to the first screen, or is it different for everybody?
First screen. I think, you might be able to adjust the size of the screen to get more people in. But it's something I think that you have to do on your end because I
Okay.
don't think I can move people around on your.
Try just dragging it up, Debbie. Sometimes that Zoom is set to let you do that.
You cannot move a video while people are pinned. Okay, I didn't know
Oh,
anybody
I
was
can
pinned.
unpin. Or did you pin? Just because I pinned you, you can't move. Does
I
everyone see
I
Debbie at
pin
the top? Huh. Thought it was just me. All right,
I
I'll.
pin I pin you every time
Oh, you
anybody.
pin me. Okay. Well, you can pin me back after. Take it off and then.
And Debbie, I believe that if you don't have a need to see what's actually being displayed on the screen, I think if you click on the meeting tab at the top of your Zoom box, I think that will actually give you everybody in like in a big format, so you'll only have two pages versus.
Look at that. I've all the time I've been doing this, I didn't know that.
Oh,
Thank
you've
you.
been seeing the documents?
Well, I make them really tiny over on the side, but
Oh, that's how it used to. Oh, yeah, that's a change. That was from before. They
now,
did it.
now I got everybody on the screen. Thank you.
Oh, I should have known that.
Perfect.
Sounds like someone's an expert at Zoom.
I spend a lot of time working hybrid with a lot of Zoom meetings for work.
Okay, I'm glad this will be no challenge for you.
And your voice has changed today. I'm kidding. Because it says Ryan.
That's literally the only thing I don't know how to change is because it's our home computer and I don't have my actual Zoom account, so I just log in on what's loaded on the computers. And I haven't figured out how to change that.
Well, the judge just changed it for you.
Yeah. I think you can do it right before you join. So no matter how you join, you can change, you can customize your name, but I've not had to do it personally. I've just seen it, the option.
If you click, I don't know if you want to do this, but if you click in the upper right of your screen, there's three dots. The upper right of your picture.
Hmm.
And then you right click there. Because I have to do this often for other agencies. If you right click there, it should be
Oh, left
rename or just click. You
click,
should
yeah.
get a rename
Rename
down
at
at
the
the bottom of that box.
yeah.
Ah, yes. Okay. Thank
I didn't
you.
know. So everyone can change their names. I don't have to do it.
Thank you.
I have to add that to the rules.
Change your name or add your name.
All right. So do we have
A quorum?
yeah, Attorney Polakowski's back, or I saw the connection come back up.
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
No, Miss Polakowski was speaking. I could see her lips moving, but
Oh, right. I knew we would mess this up. So it just caused trouble.
Test.
Can hear you whoever you are.
It should be.
We can hear you.
Yeah, mic is muted.
Test.
No, it's not.
Wait, can you hear me now?
We can hear you,
We
yeah.
can hear you. I can't hear
So
him.
we
He's
can hear
talking.
them. That's the issue. Alright.
You can have these on.
Speaker. That would make sense. Alright.
No.
That was the issue when the speaker is being played.
Judge, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How about?
All right, I can hear you.
First success of the day. Sorry about making you do that.
No problem. Thank you.
gonna
Thanks for your
be,
patience.
Yeah, it'll be very much appreciated, especially by the court reporter. So that's the most important person here. So I think we're all good. And then we are still missing, well, we'll go through a service list, but everybody yet. So, and actually, let me ask Attorney Jablonski. I know I heard kind of off to the side at the end of the hearing that you were going to send Schwarzman the address for the Zoom. Did you happen to get a chance to do that? He's not connected. That's why I'm asking.
Is
I'll just the link.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. I did send that to George and I got a thank you email, so
Oh, okay. Huh. I wonder
we
what.
should be suited up.
Well, I appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to send them email too, and then we can start. Right, I can't find his email right now, so we'll just operate on the assumption that we've notified him, and you've also Attorney Jablonski have given him that link yesterday, so we need to proceed. So let's get on the record. This is docket 9827 CE 100. The application of Badger Hollow Wind Farm for CPCN to construct a wind electric generation facility. This is Michael Newmark, the Administrative Law Judge for the PSC. We're here on Zoom with parties and commission staff. And just wanted to mention, this is our third day of the party session. We'll be meeting in the public session Tuesday, June 24th at 2 p.m. and again at 6 p.m. at the community building in the village of Linden. We should just make we have everyone's attention here. I just wanted to make sure we understood the rules for party participation at the public hearing session, which is essentially none, but for the applicant being available to answer questions for members of the public. But the parties are welcome to attend. It's a public meeting, but in terms of participation, your participation is how you've acted in the party session and the party hearing process with your written filings, your appearances today. So we will not be taking comments from you at the public session. Just want to make sure I've made that clear many times and it's in our documentation, but I wanted to just state that reminder of that while we're here before we meet again on Tuesday if you choose to come. So also, as everyone knows, we're accepting public comments. Those are due Thursday, June 26th. So again, in terms of the parties are not to file public comments. All right, so let's do our appearances on the record. We'll start with Badger Hollow.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jess Polakowski, Reinhardt Berner Van Duren, appearing on behalf of Badger Hollow Wind Farm, LLC.
All right, and Clean Wisconsin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Katie Nicola for Clean Wisconsin, and with me is my colleague, Brett Cordy.
Linden Rice. Linda. I'm just gonna, I'll unmute you, Linda. You must be. Going. I got you. All right.
Good morning, Your Honor. Linda Grice.
Okay, excellent. All right, the Jenkins.
Morning, Your Honor. Frank Jablonski, Progressive Law Group for Richard and Patricia Jenkins.
Okay, Gina Metallica.
Gina Metallica.
Great, welcome. Mary Owen.
Good morning. It's Mary Owen.
Owen, okay, thanks. Yes, welcome. Public Service Commission.
Good morning. Evan White's on behalf of the Public Service Commission.
Larry Reagan.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Reagan.
Renew Wisconsin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sharif Halawish on behalf of Renew.
Okay. George Schwarzman. Not connected yet. Okay. Trustees of 435.
Good morning, Your Honor. Amy Hunt for the trustees of 435 County Highway E.
All right. And Wisconsin Policy Monitor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Eric Olson for Wisconsin Policy Monitor, LLC.
Great, thanks. Okay. So let's go off the record. So I know I'm going to confuse things up a little bit, but I guess we're going to go, if no one has any objections, I'll take your objections, but we'll go in alpha order today with trustees as trustees, if that's okay, unless you're prepared to go first, Amy. Well, we're taking Gina first, but.
I do not have a preference, Your Honor.
All right, that's fine. I didn't think so. Okay, so let's go ahead with Gina Metallica. We spoke yesterday about taking you first. I don't know if
Thank you.
Thanks. I'm just curious. Let's go off the record. We are off the record. But the is anyone? It's maybe Olivia or someone from the commission. Can you just try shooting George Schwarzman an email?
Your Honor, I already did that as we were talking earlier.
Oh.
So I sent a separate email with the Zoom link in
All
case
right.
he missed it.
All right, I just want to make sure. I know because he did mention he didn't know how to connect yesterday. It's not like he's not trying, so hopefully he'll get in. All right, so let's get on the record then. We'll take you, Gina. I just have to say something so I can see you on my screen.
Can you see me?
Let's see. Let me just continue. Okay, there we go. So I got you spotlighted for everyone. It's not giving me the view. I don't know, something's weird. So let me swear you in. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right. So I'm just going to go through the questions as if I was introducing you, and then I'll give you an opportunity to add to your testimony. And like we have been discussing before, it's an opportunity to provide additional evidence in response to what you've heard at the hearing room and what was in the last filings, the last round of filings. So I'm sure we'll see if we need to inform you about if you're veering off course, but hopefully you understand the process. So let me ask you.
I
Yeah.
hope so, Your Honor. Was not aware that I was going to have to do a testimony up front, but I'll do my best.
Okay, well, you don't have to. It's just an opportunity to.
I can mention some things. And then you
Yeah,
can
don't
me
feel
about-
obligated. We're certainly not necessary if you don't. I mean, so let me just be clear. So what you've filed so far and I've received into the record is already into evidence. So we don't need to repeat that. The commissioners will see it. And if, the bare minimum, if you do want to make a statement, I mean, there's one way to approach this is just to say, I think the applicant has shown the way here where you can say, after hearing everything I've heard and reading everything I read, my position in that I've already filed, it doesn't change my mind on anything that I've already filed and my position or opinion about the case. So that kind of indication will just kind of cure you from any fear of agreeing to anything you didn't want to agree to. There's no chance that we're going to, infer your silence as consent to anything that the applicant has rebutted against your filings. But the idea is that, this is just an opportunity if you want to add clarity or respond to something you've heard at the hearing or the last filings. You do get a chance to say something if you want.
Okay.
So let me ask you first, did you file direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, surrebuttal testimony, and now 32 exhibits minus exhibits that will strike, which is a Metallica 9, 11, 29, and 27, 29, and 31. So you filed all those documents, is that correct?
That's correct.
And are they complete and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Okay. So correct time for corrections is up in terms of filing an errata, but did you find any mistakes since the time for errata? I'll give you a chance to offer those. Anything?
There are a number of corrections. I don't have them listed. For example, taking off the information that I had on the people that were eliminated, the two exhibits that were eliminated.
Yes.
I haven't done that yet.
That's okay. So that we'll take care of after the hearing. So all of my corrections that I've asked you to make, you just need to file the corrected document. The current deadline is three working days after today. So do your best to do that. We can work out if people are having trouble with filing the corrections or figuring them out, you can work with me on that. But yeah, all those corrections are going to be accepted. The documents that we eventually receive into the record will reflect those corrections. So you don't need to list those now.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So are the documents you filed, except for the corrections, which we're all expecting, are they complete and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
All right. So do you have anything you'd like to add with respect to the information that was presented at the hearing so far, or the last filings from the other parties?
Yes, there's one point that I would like to emphasize because I don't think I did a good job of doing that yesterday. And that is the importance of the mines that we have in the area and the need to map the mines because of the voids that they have and the larger cavities that will allow the transmission of groundwater into our karst system. They're so interconnected. Right now, we've been talking a lot about karst, mined separately.
Your Honor, I'll object to this testimony as beyond the scope of the Sir rebuttal that was offered yesterday. If there's additional information on mines and groundwater, it should have been presented with direct testimony.
Okay, well, I'll allow the remaining of the brief comment that the witness is making. I don't think it's changing, really adding much, but I'll hear the rest. So go ahead, Gina.
My point is that the mines need to be mapped. The data that we have is from the 50s. The mines were worked into the 60s and 70s. There's no maps that show the expansion of the mines in this direct area of the project.
Okay, thanks. All right, so at this point, we can take questions for the witness. Do we have any questions for Gina Metallica?
Your Honor, I do have questions.
Okay.
May I begin?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Metallica, do you reside at 747 Badland Road in Platteville, Wisconsin?
I own that property.
Do you live there?
Part of the year.
And you also own a home in Chicago, correct?
Correct.
You drive a car with Illinois license plates?
Correct.
You're not a licensed professional in geology, hydrogeology, engineering, or environmental science, correct?
Correct.
You've never conducted geotechnical borings, infiltration testing, or groundwater modeling, also correct?
Correct.
You've never published peer-reviewed research on karst geology, groundwater, or wind turbine impacts?
Correct.
You're not sponsoring any original fieldwork, borehole data, or hydrogeological analysis of the project area in this proceeding, correct?
Correct.
You've not submitted any exhibits containing data collected by you or an independent contractor in the project area through scientific testing, also correct?
Correct.
And you're relying in part on anecdotal accounts of mining activity, including recollections of people who were in the mines in the 1960s, correct?
Along with my other information.
You've not independently verified the location, sizes, or current conditions of the mines in the project area through technical means, correct?
Nope.
You state that the project is located in entirely high-risk karst. Is that your testimony?
Can you show me where I said that?
Well, let me just ask a follow-up. Would you agree with me that karst is not uncommon?
Karst is uncommon.
Were you in the room yesterday for the testimony of Mr. Patton?
Yes.
Did you hear him testify that karst covers approximately 1/5 of the United States?
Correct. That's uncommon.
You're aware that construction frequently occurs on top of karst features without issue?
It can.
And you are also aware that a licensed hydrogeologist, Abner Patton, visited the site and found no karst features of concern at the turbine locations, correct?
For one day, he visited.
So my statement is true?
He visited, yes.
And you're aware that Mr. Patton classified the site as juvenile karst, the least developed and least hazardous karst category, correct?
He said that.
And you're also aware that he found no caves, sinkholes, or enlarged fractures in the turbine foundation borings, correct?
He said that.
And you have no evidence to suggest that there are caves, sinkholes, or enlarged fractures in the turbine foundation borings, correct?
The bar report identifies 3 sites with extra space there that is not classified.
And your support for that is the bar report that's sponsored by Inventor Badger Hollow Wind?
Yes.
You've expressed concern that the turbine foundation grouting could contaminate groundwater, correct?
Correct.
You've testified that some ingredients and chemicals used in the preparation of mortar and grouting suspensions may be toxic, neurotoxic, or carcinogenic, and may be irritants or corrosive, correct?
According to the expert that I cited.
And if we need to refer to your direct testimony, I'm looking at page 10 of your direct testimony. Are you aware that grout is comprised of Portland cement and water?
That's part of it.
And the cement in turn is predominantly made of limestone?
That's part of it.
Are you aware that grout, excuse me, is routinely used in rural and karst environments without evidence of contamination? Are you aware of that, Ms. Metellica?
I'm aware of it from, my awareness of grouting is from the research papers that I have read. So I am basing my opinions on the research papers I've submitted.
Ms. Metellica, do you have a well on your property?
Yes.
Do you have grouting on your well?
I'm not aware.
If grout is in fact comprised of water and limestone, what are the toxic components that you're referring to?
It would be in the paper that I cited.
Are you able to tell me today what toxic components you're concerned with in grouting?
They expressed it in their paper.
What paper are you referring to?
Exhibit 10 for Metellica.
Your Honor, could you please pull up Exhibit 10? And Exhibit 10 is now in front of you. What specific toxins are you concerned about that are raised by Exhibit 10?
If you look at the summary paragraph at the top, their statement is that toxic components can pollute karst aquifers and can cause long-lasting hazardous consequences on karst underground species. Both physically and chemically, this material voraciously and quickly destroys underground habitats and kills an enormous number of rare, endangered, and endemic species. That's what I quoted.
I see a reference there to toxic components, but there's no explanation of what those toxic components are, is there?
In that paragraph, no.
And do you have any evidence that such toxic components would be used in grouting at the project?
You have not identified them in your application.
I've just told you that grouting consists of limestone and water, essentially. And I'm trying to figure out what toxic components you're concerned about. Can you tell me any toxic component that you're concerned about?
I'll object to the applicant essentially testifying through counsel about what grout consists of.
I think that was on the record yesterday.
Yes.
Could you repeat the question, please?
So yeah, let's read it back. Would it be possible to simply, I would like to know if this Exhibit 10 does list the toxic, the chemicals at issue that we're talking about. It doesn't say, it says that there may be these categories, but is there a listing of the actual substances in this article? Let's find that first, and then we can move on. Do you know if that's true?
I apologize. I do not have that in front of me.
Well, it's on the screen.
As far as identifying the chemicals.
Well,
I'm not an expert in grouting.
yeah, I'm just saying, does the article state the chemicals that it considered toxic and carcinogenic in grout? And it must say that here. It has list ingredients on page 493. Okay, so I guess you can't, we'd have to read the article. That's your answer? Okay, let's move on with your questions then.
Ms. Metallica, if you are concerned about toxic components in grouting, have you had your well inspected to test whether or not grouting is present on your well?
We've had our well tested regularly. I'm not aware if our well has grouting. I've never asked to identify for grouting.
And have your well tests shown any contamination of your groundwater?
Until now, no.
Are you aware of any cases in Wisconsin where wind turbine foundations have caused groundwater contamination?
No.
You're familiar with Red Barn and Montfort Wind, correct?
Correct.
Those are two projects in the project area?
Yes.
Do you have any evidence to suggest that Red Barn and or Montfort have caused groundwater contamination?
No.
And Montfort Wind, at least, has been operating in the area for decades, correct?
Very different project from what you're proposing.
Can you answer my question?
Not aware.
Ms. Metallica, you claim that the turbine foundations may collapse into the abandoned mines at the project area, correct?
Yes.
Do you know the average depth of those historical mine shafts?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. Patton confirmed that no mines were identified below any turbine locations after reviewing geotechnical report and data?
In the boreholes that he saw, there were no mines.
Do you have any empirical evidence to suggest that mines are present underneath the turbine locations?
Could you restate that question?
Let's read it back.
Thank you.
Question, do you have any empirical evidence to suggest that mines are present underneath the turbine locations?
Please define empirical.
Data based in reality.
From people that have been in the mines in the 60s, yes. In first person, I spoke with someone had been in the mine in the 60s.
In the 60s, we didn't know where these turbine locations would be, did we?
But they knew where the mines, they know where the mines are.
And you're telling me now that with precision, these people who you've talked to who were present in a mine in the 1960s know for certain that they were under the precise location of the turbine locations for the project. That's your testimony?
From no recollection, yes.
Okay. Are you aware of any turbine collapses with mine or foundation issues at Red Barn or Montfort Wind?
No.
And you would agree with me that Red Barn and Montfort Wind are also located on karst features?
Yes, but much smaller turbines.
You've cited concerns in your testimony about turbine vibrations harming aquifers and livestock. Are you a structural or vibrational dynamics expert?
Nope.
Do you have any peer-reviewed study showing that the turbine foundations have caused well failure in Wisconsin?
Nope.
Are you aware that the same grout that you're concerned about here contaminating groundwater is routinely used to secure wells?
Say that again, please.
Let's read it back.
Question, are you aware that the same grout that you're concerned about here contaminating groundwater is routinely used to secure wells?
No.
Your testimony has referenced a Swedish chicken study, and you've included that as an exhibit. Do you know if that study was peer-reviewed or whether conditions were comparable there to the project area?
Not peer-reviewed.
And were the conditions of that study comparable to the conditions located at the project area?
That was not discussed.
Do you know how many chickens were studied?
3 different groups, small numbers.
Do you have any evidence of chickens in the project area that have been negatively impacted by either Montfort Wind or Red Barn?
Not aware.
Do you have any chickens at your property that have been adversely affected by Red Barn or Montfort Winds?
No.
Do you have any evidence at all to suggest that Red Barn or Montfort have caused negative impacts related to livestock?
Not that project.
Not those 2 projects?
Not those 2 projects. But there's evidence in Wisconsin of stray voltage that has impacted livestock in Iowa County.
So with regard to the 2 projects in the project area, you have no evidence to suggest that livestock have been negatively impacted?
No.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any other cross? And probably just need to chime in. I usually don't do raising your hand on Zoom. If people, well, just speak up if you have cross. So anyone with cross, or should I go down the list? I'll just go down the list. How about that? So Clean, any cross?
No, Your Honor.
Rice, any cross?
No, Your Honor.
Jenkins, cross? I'll take that as a no. You're muted.
Who's talking?
Yeah, he's muted.
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right. I'm glad I asked. Go ahead.
Too many buttons to push. Ms. Metallica, in your Exhibit 10 on page 493, which the hearing examiner had up on the screen, there's a reference there to fly ash. Do you know what fly ash is?
No, I do not.
Okay. No further questions. I expect the commission does.
Okay, and Oyen. Questions? Reagan?
No, Your Honor.
Renew?
No, Your Honor.
Schwarzman's still out. Trustees?
No, Your Honor.
And Wisconsin Policy Monitor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a few quick questions. Ms. Metallica, you were present yesterday when Mr. Patton testified about the need for grout, which contained additional components in cases where that grout had to fill voids, correct?
Yes.
Comment on those additional components to the extent that you can.
He added that it needed to have additional sand or gravel added to it.
Okay. Mr. Patton testified yesterday that many of the mines that he was aware of in this area had a tunnel-like configuration because they would simply follow the veins of ore that were initially identified on the surface and would follow them through the ground. And he testified that as a result of that, even moving an excavation some number of feet from one direction or another could result in a disturbance that wouldn't be detected by a borehole. Comment on that.
Exactly. And
Your Honor, I'll object. If we're just regurgitating Mr. Patton's testimony, I don't think that's appropriate.
Overall, I think they're going to be commenting on the last stated statements of the applicant. So let's hear it.
yes, he mentioned that. And the issue with these mines is that there can be multiple rooms underground. It's just not one channel. And as these mines were abandoned, many of these, as they retreated, they have posts underneath. I'm probably not saying it the way it's done, but they have posts underneath to hold up things. But as they retreat from a mine, they excavate those posts, which makes the area underground very sensitive for collapse if those mines are in any way compromised from above.
Your Honor, I'll object to that characterization of Mr. Patton's testimony as mischaracterizing his testimony and move to strike.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, we can't. All right. Okay. I sustain that objection. This answer will have to be stricken from the testimony from the transcript. I guess I didn't know where this was going to head. Yeah, this is something that it's so on redirect. So the witness can't. So okay, let's kind of set up some more ground rules here because these parties have chosen not to the intervener landowner parties, except for Wisconsin Policy Monitor and Jenkins, have chosen not to obtain counsel. And I've really massaged the rules in order to allow them to participate at the party session quite a bit. And I cannot continue to degrade the process. It's caused an enormous amount of work for everyone to do it this way, and I don't see how this is sustainable in the future. But if someone has something to add to what was said last at the hearing or what was filed last, the opportunity to do that is when I ask you, do you have anything else to add? On redirect, you can talk about, redirect from another party's attorney. I'm sorry, cross from another party's attorney is, I don't know. This was cross, not redirect. So I guess that questioning is fine. We can't to enter this kind of testimony in on a question for cross seems inappropriate. I mean, this person doesn't have the expertise to talk about mine collapse, as far as I know, hasn't established that.
Your Honor, if I could just quick interject, that was my concern too, was the foundation as to expertise on some of these mining practices, just for the reasons that you point out, for keeping this record clean. And so, I mean, if there is a foundation, but I think we need that before getting into some of these topics.
But I think what's more, and I agree with you, I think but what's more concerning is to try to establish that foundation on cross seems wholly inappropriate. So the attorneys here need to be careful about that. And we have the witnesses we have the testimony we have. No one's going to agree on these issues, but to delve down further into the mine shaft when we haven't been there before. I mean, we just can't get that far down into this. So if there was an issue about collapse, that could have been presented by the witnesses on their direct, or at least, expounded on. I mean, maybe that was implied, or maybe it's stated that there's a concern, but that was not explained in terms of what the witness knew about a potential of collapse. And I think to bring it in now is just specious. I don't see how we can rely on that testimony. So let's continue. So I'll instruct the court reporter to strike that last answer with a strike through. we do it that way because it's confusing to have things blacked out, because that's how we indicate something is confidential. But the commissioners know that striked out testimony should not be considered. So let's move on with the next question.
Your Honor, can I say something?
I don't
Yes.
think so. Let's move on with the next question.
Okay. At the beginning of the cross, there were a number of measures that attorney for applicant asked if you had done or hired an independent contractor to do to locate the location or potential location of underground mines or voids. Is your opinion that the applicant should have done that as part of their application?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I'll object, Your
That's
Honor.
all I have.
Can I lodge my objection for the record?
Yeah. Thought you were going to. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry. I'll object to that Q&A as both mischaracterizing the materials that have been submitted in this docket and as lacking in foundation and as irrelevant.
May I be heard?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sensitive to the concern of Your Honor that what I just did was more in the realm of a redirect than a cross. The problem is that we have an unrepresented party, but the type of question that I just asked was characteristic of the redirects that counsel for the applicant did with the applicant's witnesses all day yesterday. In I don't think it was an unfair question because that was the gist of the Metallica's entire participation in this case.
Right.
Yes.
So here's the deal. So here's the unique situation about this process is that she hasn't refuted what she had said before. So, and I tried to make that clear. So her recommendation is and will always be and will be before the commission that applicants should do this work, this testing or the investigation, looking at where mines are. That's still on the record. The fact that the witness did not do that does not dispel the notion that applicants should, in her opinion. So essentially, I don't think it's not needed. Over the objections of the applicant, it's not necessary to what's the word? Recover the witness from the cross. It's this.
He decided he spent the last couple days
We
up there.
we have a problem with Ms. Oyen's microphone.
I'm gonna mute.
So he's up.
Okay, so Ms. Oyen, you're muted because we're getting some other extraneous sounds from your microphone. So at this point, I'm gonna well, I mean, I think in the end, this question answer makes no difference in the record. The record's already clear what the position of the applicant of the witness is. Just so that we're clear in the process, I'll sustain the objection and the direct and all the evidence that Metallica has submitted so far is on the record. Commissioners can review it, including the recommendations. The fact that the applicant disagrees does not mean the witness has somehow, recanted its position. So that's why I tried to state that that's our mode of operation here. Please keep that in mind when you listen to the answers and the questions and answers on cross. Unless the witness refutes what they're saying, their testimony and position still in the record. I don't think the questions, the fact that she didn't conduct these analysis is on the record because she didn't prepare them or present them. So in fact, it's probably already implied. But at this point, it's just not necessary to recover the witness from that cross, and she hasn't refuted or recanted the original testimony. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any other cross? Commission staff, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
All right. And so now, yeah, though this is the problem. There really is no redirect. So I guess we've not done a redirect round in these situations. I guess I can provide the witness an opportunity to make a statement if they wish to.
But I cannot restate things that I've already said.
No, it's not necessary. So
thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my views on the situation in this region. As Ms. Polakowski mentioned, I have the privilege of living in two places, having two places, and there is nothing more unique than this driftless region. The reason of the uniqueness of the driftless region is for all the things that we discussed.
Your Honor, can I just object to the extent that we're just duplicating testimony that's already in the record?
Okay, yeah, I agree. So you will have an opportunity to present argument after the hearing in your brief. So that's when you can present your opinion based on all the record evidence. I think that's probably the best process to use at this point in terms of this final statement thing that I've just created.
Right, right. What does a final statement mean?
I don't know. Just trying to make things equal here, but I just cannot. It's just not possible when we don't have attorneys representing people. So let's move on then.
All right. And I'm saying goodbye. I said that I unfortunately have conflicts today.
Yes,
So
you have conflict. I'll note that. Yes, so you'll be leaving the meeting. If you do want to join back in, feel free. We'll probably see you here when you're after whatever you're doing.
Thank
All right,
you.
take care. Thanks
Bye-bye.
for participating. All right, so we'll move on with the Jenkins. I'm sorry, Grice. We skipped Metallica. Grice is next.
Yes, and Your Honor, I'm really confused now about what I can say and what I can't say.
Apologize for
I had
that.
something prepared, but
Well, let's hear what you have to say. Like I said, it's responding to what was last filed and what you heard at the hearing so far. So as long as you can tie it back to that and you're responding to the prior statements, should be okay. If you're going to go back to just repeating what you said before, all you really need to say is everything I've heard and seen, I still stand by my position. It hasn't changed my mind. So that might be a simple way. That might be a simple statement you can make and get what you want to say in the record in terms of what you've prepared here. But first, let's swear you in and get your documents verified. All right, so raise your right hand. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, and I should ask you actually to state your name for the record.
Linda Grice.
Perfect. Okay, and are you the Linda Grice that filed direct rebuttal, and you filed 12 exhibits that we'll be receiving for the record? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and are those documents complete and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
All right, so do you have anything you'd like to say in response to what you've heard at the hearing so far and in response to the last filed documents that we're receiving for the record?
Okay. So I can only respond to the ones that were received for the record, correct?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay.
You can remember what that is. Yes. Please take care.
It's number 12 was my last exhibit that was received, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so my last exhibit that was received was my document. It's the EPA's strategic roadmap on the PFAS.
Yeah, okay, but let me just interrupt you again. Sorry, so you're responding to what other people have said at the hearing or whatever they've filed at the hearing and whatever the last filing they've made. So, for example, like the surrebuttal of Cruz, the applicant witness filed surrebuttal. This is an opportunity for you to comment on that because you haven't had a chance. So, and you could also comment on what Davis said 2 days ago. You could say Davis said X and I believe Y. That's your opportunity here. So you've already presented your testimony and your exhibits, and you've had a chance to comment on that in writing. So now we're just moving forward from there, from that point.
Okay. I wish I had understood this earlier. I'm sorry.
Or you can simply say, whatever you've heard and seen so far has not changed your position. What you filed, it's in the record. You maintain that it's correct, and you think that's what the commission should do.
Yes, whatever I've heard and seen so far does not change my position at all. I did have a comment on several people and their testimony. I think it's Patton yesterday that he talked about the direct route to the groundwater, the recharge to the groundwater. Microplastics have a high potential to infiltrate the groundwater. And I think that's very important for the commission to consider, even though the applicants really didn't address microplastics at all.
Your Honor, I'll object to the extent that she's mischaracterizing Mr. Patton's testimony and not adding to it. I'll also object to the extent that she doesn't have the foundation or expertise to testify as to this subject matter.
Okay. So that was
a direct quote from Patton yesterday. Patton said, the potential, let's see, I got to be able to read my notes here. The potential for immediate recharge to the groundwater was very high in karst, and he also admitted that microplastics have high potential to infiltrate the groundwater when I asked him a question.
Your Honor, same objection. I'm not hearing anything new about what Mr. Patton may or may not have said. I'm hearing a purported regurgitation of his testimony. Whether or not it is accurate, the record will reflect.
Okay, well, I mean, what Patton said or didn't say is on the record. That's not really the issue, though. It's what
that is why I am saying it's really important to look into the PFAS further, because we didn't really have anything in the hearing to testify anything about wind turbines and PFAS, and there's a lot of information out there.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll allow that. I think the record's pretty clear as to the extent there's PFAS in wind turbines. We do have that information, but Commission can sort that out. That's their statement. Anything else? Ms. Grice?
I'm not sure of what I can say and can't say, because everything I say has been, and from the beginning of this hearing, everything I've tried to say has been rejected. So
okay,
that is all.
Okay, that is all. That's fine. We won't know until you ask the question. So that's how the legal process works, for better, for worse. Okay, so do we have any more that's your statement. So do we have cross for Grice?
I do have some questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Grice, you are not a licensed engineer, hydrologist, geologist, or environmental scientist, correct?
Correct.
You're not a medical doctor or licensed public health professional, correct?
Correct.
You are not offering peer-reviewed studies or original research that you conducted regarding wind turbines or environmental health, correct?
That is correct.
In your rebuttal, you've raised concerns regarding PFAS. contamination, correct?
Correct.
You are not a toxicologist, chemist, or material scientist?
No, I'm not.
You did not identify any source of PFAS contamination linked specifically to wind projects, correct?
I had identified resources linking them to wind turbine projects all over the internet.
Your sources, materials all over the internet?
There's all kinds of information that's peer-reviewed research on the internet about PFAS and wind turbines.
You have no evidence to suggest that Red Barn or Montfort Wind have caused PFAS contamination in the Driftless region, correct?
They just came into being, and Montfort Wind is Red Barn just came into being. They haven't tested for them yet. And Montfort Wind are very small wind turbines compared to what we're getting.
So is the answer to my question that it is correct, that you do not have any evidence? That
I have no evidence because there hasn't been time to gather any.
Montfort Wind has been operating for decades, hasn't it?
I'm not concerned about Montfort Wind because it's a small turbine.
Ms. Grice, can you answer my question?
What was your question?
Debbie, would you mind reading it back?
Okay, that's going to be probably difficult to find. Just ask it again.
Sure, not a problem. You're aware that Montfort Wind has been operating in the Driftless region for decades, correct?
I'm not aware.
How long have you lived in the Driftless region?
For quite a few years. I can't remember when Montfort Wind came here.
And you're not aware of any evidence of PFAS contamination related to the Montfort Wind project, correct?
PFAS have just become on the horizon as a toxicant.
Okay, let me just interject, Attorney Witness Grice. The question's not about why you don't have information. It's just whether you have it or not. So that's a simple yes or no answer.
Okay, no.
Okay.
And you've raised an issue regarding turbine fires igniting dry crop fields and destroying acres of crops and homes and buildings, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any examples of this happening in Wisconsin?
Not in Wisconsin, but in Iowa.
Do you have any examples of this happening with regard to the Red Barn project?
Not at this time.
Do you have any examples of this happening with regard to the Montfort Wind project?
Not at this time.
You made several statements in your testimony about national energy priorities, grid reliability, and turbine-caused blackouts, correct?
Correct.
You do not hold any training or certification in power systems engineering, utility regulation, or grid operations, correct?
No, I didn't claim to have any of that.
And while you speak about the national energy priorities, are you familiar with Wisconsin's energy priorities law?
I certainly am.
So you're aware that renewable energy is among the highest of the energy priorities in the state?
Yes.
You've referred in your testimony to wind projects as energy industrial complexes invading rural communities, correct?
Yes.
And you suggest that this project is part of a broader pattern of money laundering by government elites, also correct?
Yes.
What evidence do you have to support that?
Just what I've read.
Can you tell me anything specific that you've read that would support that evidence?
I wasn't prepared to have that question, so I don't have it available right here.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Let's go down the list then. Jenkins, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Metallica's out. Oyen, any questions? Remember, you're muted.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Reagan.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Renew.
No, Your Honor.
Schwartzman still not connected. Trustees of 435.
No, Your Honor.
Wisconsin Policy Monitor. Shaking his head. All right, see, I'll take that as a no. PSC.
No.
Thanks. PSC.
No questions, thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, so we have Cross from Grice. Thank you. So I don't think. Well, I guess what I can say is I don't think there's really much here to refute, but the witness can refute at this point. I can ask you then to present your argument in briefs. So we'll expect to see that along with your corrected filings. Okay, thanks, witness Grice. We have Jenkins next. And put you up here. Who are we calling first for that?
We're calling Richard Jenkins.
All right, I see you there. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Jenkins, have you prepared and caused to be pre-filed in this proceeding 13 pages of direct testimony and 4 pages of rebuttal testimony?
I have.
Have you also prepared and pre-filed in this proceeding exhibits 2 through 5?
I have.
And exhibit 1 that you pre-filed has been substituted by Grice number 7, is that correct?
That is correct.
If I were to pose to you the questions presented in your direct and rebuttal testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Do you continue to sponsor the exhibits that were filed for you in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I want to talk to you about, you were here yesterday for the testimony of Mr. Ellenbogen and Mr. Hankard?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I want to ask you about Mr. Hankard's testimony. I believe that I'm characterizing this correctly. Mr. Hankard indicated that your equipment was not adequate to provide meaningful results and denigrated it with claims about calibration and the word cheap. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree. I
You
mean,
agree?
I agree that he said that. I don't agree with his statement. Yeah, I mean, the equipment is microbarometer based. It's the same things used by other acousticians at Shirley Wind that we've talked about. And in addition, all of my equipment was purchased from Rand Acoustics, and he created the computers and software that make the displays. And so he's an acoustician, and it's all about trying to be able to understand the emissions that end up in our homes and up in Shirley Wind, so that I could indeed be able to show why my wife is impacted when we're in those environments.
Well, let me interject a question, Mr. Jenkins. How much money have you spent on your monitoring equipment?
I have spent more than $30,000 in putting together the systems, and I provided the information and video from 4 locations to the attorney and uploaded that to their website, so they have that, and they also have the microbarometer readings that I took as to support the videos that show the wind turbines turning and indeed the as we called it, SPPs in these air pressure pulses in the homes where I was doing the recordings.
So when you mention attorney, are you referring to material that we produced to the applicant's attorney as part of discovery?
Yes, that was the part of discovery. They requested it and you instructed me to upload it.
Okay. Now, you indicated that there is visual monitoring equipment as well?
Yes, the up at Shirley, the people that used the microbarometer, the issue was always, yes, you saw this, but is the wind turbines turning or not is the issue, and unless you get records from the wind turbines companies to say that they are turning, you have no proof of that, and of course the comments that get made that, well, what's this? You don't know where this came from. And so I added video monitoring to go with the data so that you can see the wind turbines, see them turning, and visually use a stopwatch or something to see the blade pass frequency, and then verify the blade pass frequency of the blades passing the tower is exactly the frequency that the infra 20 microbarometer is indicating in the data that with the computer processing. So that verifies that, and nothing in the world produces a mechanical something like this of pulse like that at that frequency at the infrasonic rate below 1 hertz.
Your Honor, I'll object to the last portion of his testimony where he went beyond describing his equipment and calibration. I think he just said something about there's nothing like this in the world. I don't think he is a qualified expert to testify as to that statement, and move to strike.
We can clarify, Your Honor.
Okay, well, okay, I'll sustain the objection and you can take it from there.
Can I, can we go off the record just for a second?
Yeah, what's wrong?
Nothing's wrong, but Miss Grice is not on the screen anymore. Is she supposed to be here?
Well, it's up to her.
Okay, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
I don't think she's with us anymore. So let's.
Sorry to interrupt.
Actually, a good point. No, that's not that's valid. So we should note for the record. So let's get on the record and just note that Ms. Grice has disconnected from the Zoom. And let's proceed with the next question.
Mr. Jenkins, can you clarify what you mean when you're talking about the absence of SPPs in your monitoring, except with respect to operation of the wind turbines?
Yes, I never observe SPPs.
Your Honor, I object. This is improper sir rebuttal testimony.
Okay, so I think we have on the record the operation of the equipment, what the findings were from Jenkins. I don't see how this is responding to criticism about the equipment.
Your Honor, it's not about the equipment.
Okay, right. That's the problem. Isn't that what was discussed on the stand yesterday?
Yeah, the equipment was identified by Mr. Hankert as being not adequate to provide meaningful results.
Okay, so did you just
And we're explaining how it provides meaningful results and what those meaningful results are.
Well, we know what the results are, right? Because you've already presented that in testimony.
Well, we haven't presented that. The only time that he gets these results is when the turbines are turning.
Your Honor,
not in testimony?
if it's not in testimony, it should have been in testimony, and it's improper sir rebuttal.
Yeah, I thought I thought I had read that before, but I don't know if that is an issue. When was that raised by
excuse me, Your Honor. We're following up on the objection with Mr. Jenkins stating no other equipment in the world. And I was seeking to clarify what he meant by no other equipment producing the detected SPPs.
Is it possible to withdraw that? Say that part of the statement, I went too far.
Well, we could strike it, sure.
Yes, I didn't.
Strike
Sorry.
the no other no other equipment in the world can
Yes. No.
detect this? All right. We'll have to look at the record and check that, check the transcript for that. So fine. Let's move on then. I guess I thought I had seen statements about that, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just reading into this more than was written. So, I mean, I don't know if that was the first time that the applicant criticized the equipment or the Jenkins methodology or analysis. I'm surely think that's in written testimony. So to the extent you needed to refute that, should have been in the prior rounds of testimony. But if I'm wrong, let me know.
It probably is, Your Honor.
Okay, you don't know. Okay, let's proceed then.
Okay. And Mr. Jenkins, with respect to the equipment being adequate and the use of video to confirm the correlation with SPPs and the turning of the wind turbines, how much equipment have you, how many pieces of equipment have you installed to verify this?
Object to form of the question. The form itself contains the testimony that he's seeking to elicit.
We already stated those things, I believe, the video and the sound equipment. So I think you're just asking what's the number of pieces
Right.
of
How many of these systems has he installed to prove up, to verify?
Okay, that's fine. You can answer that.
Yes, I have installed 4 systems that run at the same time, and that is in the video and the data that was provided to the applicant uploaded to they can verify that.
Have you verified the accuracy of your equipment at Shirley Wind?
Yes, I've also taken the equipment to Shirley Wind and I used it up there to verify that indeed the frequency of the wind turbines that the Shirley Wind report specified was exactly the same as the data that I have. And then in addition was able to capture the shutdown of the Shirley Wind for maintenance to show that the SPPs or the pulses quit when the wind turbines stopped turning and then restarted up again after the maintenance shutdown.
Your Honor, I'll object to that portion of the testimony as improper sur rebuttal and outside of the expertise of this witness.
Okay, I think that's already been offered and received in the written testimony. To the extent it's adding more of the same, then I'll sustain the objection. But I think it's in evidence, right, that the levels recognizing this phenomenon did not appear when the windmills were shut down. I think that's already been offered and received. Isn't that correct, Attorney?
Yes, Your Honor, the correlation, I believe, is ready in the record.
Yeah, okay. So we don't need to repeat that. I don't think it does. It really does. I'm just going to overrule the objection. It does no good to repeat it, but it does no harm to keep it in terms of just keeping things simple. So let's just move on.
Mr. Jenkins, are there calibration issues with your equipment, as Mr. Hankard indicated?
No, there's not. The Infra 20s are calibrated at the factory, and there's no further calibration used or needed for them in the field because there is no. If you have a problem with it, you need to send it back. But other than that, there's no calibration.
I want to talk to you about Mr. Ellenbogen's testimony. You heard that yesterday?
Yes.
And Mr. Ellenbogen was talking about amplitude. Do you recall that?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Do you have any evidence about whether the amplitude of the SPPs from wind turbines, like the ones planned for Badger Hollow Wind, are too weak to be able to have any effect on people?
Your Honor, objection is outside of the scope of this witness's expertise, so he's lacking in foundation.
Okay, any response?
The amplitude issue that Mr. Ellenbogen indicated that the amplitude of SPPs had to be at blast levels in order for those SPPs to be able to affect a human being. We have a correlated relationship between the SPPs and symptoms in Patricia Jenkins. And these are obviously not at blast level. We want to put that evidence into the record.
Your Honor, my objection is as to the testimony from Mr. Jenkins that there's a causal relationship between those symptoms and the frequencies of the waves that are received by the monitors. Mr. Jenkins is not a medical doctor and cannot testify that there is a causal relationship. He's also not an acoustician. He just doesn't have the foundation to make that leap.
Okay.
He personally observes the impacts of or what he believes he personally observes that the impacts on Patricia Jenkins correlate with the SPPs at times when she cannot see the turbines are not visible from their house, she's not looking at the equipment, she's not involved in any of the monitoring, and that is correlative evidence, which is evidence of causation because there is no other identifiable cause.
Your Honor, I would not object to the testimony that the symptoms have occurred. I will not object to the testimony with regard to the symptoms occurring when the pulses are present. I object to Mr. Jenkins' testimony that the pulses cause the symptoms.
Okay. So first of all, I agree with the applicants about causation. This is not already in evidence that Patricia Jenkins has experiencing symptoms at the same time that the pulses are occurring.
It is in evidence, Your Honor.
Okay, so
Dr. Ellenbogen testified that without
doesn't matter though.
amplitude,
It doesn't matter because what Jenkins and Punch have said is still on the record. And it will be presented to the commission with the same weight that it had before Dr. Ellenbogen said something. And the commission can read both and decide. So we don't need to what's the word? It's not recover a witness. Give me the word.
rehabilitate.
Rehabilitate. You don't need to rehabilitate this witness. There. Thank you. Because we haven't the person still has testimony that's not been the person has not been on the stand and been shown to be incredible in their testimony. It's just we're letting both of these stories exist on the record. The fact that Ellenbogen does not believe what Jenkins or Punch says does not mean that the commission won't. But repeating what
we'll withdraw that testimony. We
said
won't repeat that testimony, Your Honor. I have one more question,
Okay.
and it does go to amplitude.
Yeah, and let's be clear, we're talking about amplitude. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Jenkins, I have one more question about amplitude. Do you have anything to say about amplitude with respect to the influence of SPPs and when they're the worst?
Yes, I mean, as you can probably realize, when the winds are very high and greater, when the wind turbines are turning, that has more energy in it. And when that energy is at those higher levels, the impact to my wife is much, much more devastating. And so that's the correlation. We always see how bad the winds are and how bad the impact is versus, severe vertigo versus just being unstable and having to hang on to things walking around the house.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Witnesses are available for cross-examination.
Okay. All right. So all of that was already discussed in direct. Just want to make sure we understand each other or maybe we'll finally learn how this works, is that so there is testimony about the effect of what was perceived by the Jenkins 4 and 5 at least on direct. It's talking about Pat and the experiences that they've been having, exactly what was just said. So just let's trust the process. We don't need to repeat what's in evidence, okay? So Cross, we will start with the applicant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello, Mr. Jenkins. My name is Jess Polakowski. I'll be asking you a couple of questions today. First and foremost, are you aware that wind itself generates infrasound?
Yes, it does generate infrasound, but not the pulses that we measure. Wind just has pressure to it. And so if you look at the data I provided you, you will see the areas where the wind is indeed showing infrasound, but it is not those pulses that we're talking about.
You are not a licensed medical doctor, audiologist, or environmental scientist, correct?
Correct.
You do not hold any certifications in acoustics, epidemiology, or atmospheric science, also correct?
Correct.
You've never published peer-reviewed research on infrasound or wind turbine effects, correct?
Not yet.
Your testimony primarily relies on symptoms that have been experienced by yourself, your wife, and your son, correct?
Correct.
These symptoms that you describe are symptoms like tinnitus, sinus pressure, headaches, vertigo, sleep impairment, and transient cognitive effects, which you've referred to as brain fog?
Yes.
Mr. Jenkins, you're aware that these symptoms are common in the general population, correct?
Absolutely.
And you're aware that they can have many potential causes, also true?
That's true, but they only happen when we have SPPs in our house.
You've not provided any records of a medical professional that has diagnosed you, your son, or your wife's symptoms as having been caused by wind turbines, correct?
You are correct, but we do repeatedly leave the house and the symptoms go away and come back and they return. That is what that's how you solve to see what the cause is. And we repeat that hundreds of times over the last couple of years, and including at Shirley Wind. So that's our data.
And despite the fact that you've described these symptoms as devastating and unpleasant to unsupportable and acute and severe and crippling, you've never gone to the doctor to address these symptoms, correct?
When they go away, when you're not there, why would you go to the doctor so they can tell you you're crazy? That's what goes on when you go to the doctor. They don't know anything about these symptoms, just like the poor people at Shirley Wind. So that's just crazy.
So to answer my question, Mr. Jenkins, you've never sought medical attention?
No.
And your wife has never sought medical attention in connection with her symptoms, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, that's not correct?
Yeah. No, that is correct. We have not done that. There's no reason to.
And your son hasn't sought medical attention for these issues either, is that correct?
No.
I'm sorry, bad question.
Yeah, excuse me. He has not went to the doctor for this. He just gets away from the wind turbines and it goes away.
You have retained Dr. Punch to testify as an expert witness in this matter, correct?
Correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, he is not a medical doctor?
To the best of my knowledge.
And he has never conducted a medical evaluation of you, your wife, or your son, correct?
He has indeed talked with them and interviewed them. So I don't know what that. Anyway, I don't know what that means. He's interviewed them and asked them questions about what they have been feeling and had gotten that information.
Thank you, but Dr. Punch has never completed a medical evaluation of you, your wife, or your son, correct?
He's not a medical doctor.
In your data request responses, you've stated that you do not categorically oppose IWTs, In fact, you took your children to visit Montfort Wind. Do you recall that testimony or those data request responses?
Yes, absolutely. We went to Montfort and when they started up and took the kids up and stood around them up there. But Montfort has SPPs over 1 hertz. They turn much faster, and that is what the issue is the frequency of the emissions makes a difference.
So just so I understand your testimony, you believe that the nature of these issues that you're experiencing is a result of infrasound at less than 1 hertz. Is that true?
That is correct.
And when you went to Montfort Wind with your wife and son, was it operating?
Absolutely. It is 3.5 miles from our home versus Red Barn that is over 4 miles from our home. And we've lived there with no issues at 3.5 miles since they started in 2003. The issues started when Red Barn started.
And when you and your son and your wife visited Montfort Wind, she did not experience any of these symptoms. Is that true?
When we went up there in 2000, when the kids were young, we took them on trip up there. They did not notice anything. We haven't noticed anything in general from any of this, but there is, as Dr. Punch has said, there's a dose response aspect to this that it seems to, after you've been exposed for longer periods, you are more sensitive to it, is what I've been told, but I don't know that. I'm not an expert in this area.
So your testimony is that it's only when the infrasound is lower than 1 hertz that and the SPPs are lower than 1 hertz that causes these symptoms. Is that right?
That's correct. And it is just the pulses, not the general wind and all that that infrasound you talked about earlier. That's visible in the data, but it's the pulses that are the under 1 hertz that are the issue.
And Mr. Jenkins, do you believe in medical science?
Of course.
You attribute your wife's symptoms to SPPs that are not visible and to infrasound that is not audible, correct?
They not visible except on my equipment. That's correct, and not audible. Yes. The audible is not, we can't hear any audible from wind turbines at 4 miles away from Red Barn.
That was my next question. Is the closest turbine at Red Barn to your home 4 miles away from your home?
Yes.
And you cannot see it from your home?
Cannot see it, cannot hear it. So we live down over a hill in the valley, and so there's no visible means to see it from our home.
And you've testified that SPPs are able to travel further with much less attenuation due to having a significantly lower frequency than audible noise, correct?
That's correct. In the infrasonic frequency range, they travel for miles. You can look up microbaroms and voice of the sea to learn more about infrasound traveling for miles.
Thank you. How far can SPPs travel?
No, I do not know that. I think we have some research that we cited, but if not, there researchers in Europe have measured it miles away. I've not tried to measure it to get a distance or anything. I just make sure it's in the facilities or rooms or homes that I'm in or my family's in to verify that it's there when indeed they experience these symptoms. That's all.
So, Mr. Jenkins, what distance do you believe that would be sufficient to protect against SPPs? What level of distance would you have to be from a wind turbine to protect your family from SPPs?
Objection. My client has already testified that he doesn't know how far. All he knows is the 4 miles.
And yes,
There's
my
no
question
foundation for him to offer an opinion about that.
He's testified, Your Honor, that SPPs cause these issues. I'm trying to figure out if there are any boundaries that we can put around SPPs that this witness would be satisfied with.
And his testimony has indicated that he doesn't know. He just knows the 4 miles.
He's not answered the question yet.
I will be glad to.
And there's an objection, just a sec. Yeah, well, it's kind of, I think, consistent with the limitations of the witness's expertise. This is a fair objection. I'm not sure. Well, I guess it's kind of curious, but I'm going to sustain the objection.
Mr. Jenkins, do you have any opinions as to what would be a sufficient setback from a wind turbine to protect your family from SPPs?
Because the process we use, or have been using repeatedly, it tells me when, it's very difficult because the conditions of wind, direction, all those things vary and make a difference in what level or what amount of SPPs or the impact of the SPPs in our home. So being in the home, at least you have all those different variables hit you at different time, or those different changes in direction and speed and all that, and you get that data, and that is a one-time evaluation of that versus long-term, because we will just leave the home and go to Platteville or Dodgeville to get away, and then my wife recovers, and then hopefully the winds go down in the evening, which is normally what goes on, and we can come home and she's not as impacted, and she can stand, not be, the stability comes back. So that's what we repeat over and over, and I don't know how I would measure it except like that. And so I really don't have a way to tell you how far.
Well, you just gave me a way. You've testified that when you go to Platteville or Dodgeville from Red Barn, the symptoms dissipate.
Yes, absolutely. So that's a piece of information. That is our normal way we operate. Is if it's too bad, if it's causing problems, it's like, let's get out of here, and we'll move on to someplace away to get away from it, and then stay away till in the evening. And like I said, most times often the winds would go down, and then we could return.
So any setback would have to be the distance, at least the distance from Platteville to Red Barn wind, for you to be satisfied with a wind project.
Somewhere between the distance to our home and somewhere between Dodgeville and Platteville, I do not know. We just go to the nearest town and things get better. I don't know where it would change or where that level would be sufficient or not be impactful.
Just curious, Attorney Jablonski, you can hear us, right?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Just wasn't sure. Thanks.
Mr. Jenkins, you traveled to the Shirley Wind site with your wife to test whether these the turbines there would cause her symptoms, correct?
That is correct.
You stayed overnight in a home without medical supervision or scientific controls, correct?
I have, but she has not, because the time she went up there, she was so impacted. It was again a very windy day or evening, and she was impacted. She slumped to the floor with vertigo and dizziness. We got out of there. We went to Green Bay, spent some time there, felt a little better, came back. She immediately started getting symptoms as we drove into the area. And we just said, we're going home. Now, I have been up there and taken people up there and spent more days, more nights up there, I believe, than anybody in the vacated home. David Enns had given me permission to come up there and measure and also bring people up there. And so, again, just to learn more about it, because this was, as you can kind of guess, this is kind of scares you. You don't, why is this happening? My wife is not crazy, and I'm trying to help her out to figure out what's going on, because she thinks it's not bothering me, and that really drives, as you can kind of guess, someone else in the family crazy if I'm not impacted, and she is.
It can be maddening if one cannot ascribe a cause to one symptom.
Right. And that caused that made everything better. And so since then, now we have an apartment up near Madison, and she spends almost all the time there, except when the winds are down or they're not forecast to be, and then she can go back to our home 4 miles away from Red Barn. I can actually see them if they're turning remotely, and so we can see whether it's safe to go back for her. I still farm. I still go out there and do my, I still crop farm out there and spend time there.
Are you aware, Mr. Jenkins, that wind speeds typically increase at nighttime?
Wind speeds may, but the layering of the air and the winds, it's whether the SPPs are in our house, not whether the speed of the wind. There's a whole aspect of the layering and these different boundaries that changes at night. And the worst is when it's really gusty winds. If it's really gusty, then I believe, I don't know, that I believe the mix of the air causes those SPPs to actually make it down to the ground and into our home worse. But in an evening when the winds go up, if they do, there's sometimes they're not in the house. And so it's again, all these variables are really the difficult part of this and those conditions to understand.
Sure. Mr. Jenkins, are you aware that there's something called a placebo or nocebo effect that's well documented in situations where people anticipate symptoms are going to occur?
Yeah, absolutely. That there's no question about that. But as you can kind of guess, my wife tries very hard to not be impacted and says, I can't be having this. This can't be causing me problems. You're not impacted. So she really goes out of her way, unfortunately, sometimes to say she's not impacted. And then finally, when she starts hanging on to something walking around the kitchen, and I says, oh, it's time for us to get out of the house. You're impacted too much now, even if not necessarily headaches at that point, but depending on what it is. But when you can't stably walk around the house, something's going on and causing issues.
Mr. Jenkins, you've testified at some length about Brown County and its conclusion back in a decade or so ago that Shirley Wind posed a human health hazard. Are you aware that in 2015, the Brown County Health Director stated that there was insufficient scientific evidence to link wind turbines to illnesses experienced by residents there?
Yes, I am. And are you aware that the Board of Health that made that declaration has not rescinded it? And that her nurse left before she took her decision to the Brown County board, because it never went anywhere after she made that statement. She just left her job as a nurse. So I don't know what that means. And you also can find emails that she had that she sent to people saying, I really don't like going out there because I get a headache. So you can find them on the record.
Your Honor, I move to strike everything after yes, I'm aware.
Denied.
Mr. Jenkins, you've requested that the Public Service Commission prohibit SPPs from crossing onto any property without consent, correct?
Correct. I consider it a hazardous emission, and I should not have to leave my home or my family leave my home if that has gotten into my home.
Would you agree with me that it would not be possible to prohibit SPPs from crossing into any property without consent, without prohibiting wind altogether?
At sufficient setbacks, a sufficient distance from our home, it would be possible. That is up to somebody to decide whether it is okay for this emission to be in our home and force us to leave, like it did the residents of Brown County, or the 3 families at Brown County.
Mr. Jenkins, are you aware of any existing law or regulation in the Wisconsin or the United States that prohibits SPPs?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion and outside the scope of this person's expertise.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer, please.
Oh, I do not. I do not know of any. I do know that in Madison County, Iowa, they have 1.5 mile setbacks for their wind turbines, and they have a limit on height and power. We do not have that in Wisconsin. They're doing that. They did that to protect their residents. Wisconsin, unfortunately, has not done that. So I believe Wisconsin is behind, and this is going to be an interesting realization if these large of wind turbines get indeed approved and put up. I personally believe it's going to be the other part that's really scary, if you know, in our area, is how many of these Badger Hollow wind turbines are in close proximity to Iowa Grant School. And I guess you're not asking for it, but I'd like to offer it. There are children up there that I know of families, and I believe they're going to be at the Linden meeting and talk that when they take, excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We're gonna let them speak for themselves if you.
Yep. Thank you. Sorry.
Mr. Jenkins, in your response, you testified that there's a county in Iowa that has a 1.5 mile setback. That would not be satisfactory to you, though, correct?
That would not I don't believe it would. Since we're 4 miles, depends on the size of the wind turbine. I mean, they limited the size and power of the wind turbines and to something less than what the Red Barn ones are here. So I don't know. It's all based on size, height, I believe, and power makes a difference.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thanks. Okay, so Clean Wisconsin, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks. Linda Kreis not here, I believe. Gina Metallica's not here. Oyen, any questions? Sure. Okay. Reagan, any questions? Oh, are you frozen? Looks like you're having some. Any questions, Larry? Okay, I unmuted you now.
No questions, Your Honor.
Just checking. Great. All right. Okay. Renew?
No questions, Your Honor.
George Schwartzman still not here. Trustees, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Wisconsin Policy Monitor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Commission staff?
No questions. Thank you.
All right. So do we have any redirect?
No, Your Honor, no redirect.
All right. Thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
All right. I think we can, let's take our next witness.
RPJ calls Dr. Jerry Punch.
Okay. Saw you there before. There we go. All right. I see you there. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Great. Go ahead.
Dr. Punch, before we go through your testimony, is there correction that needs to get made with respect to your rebuttal testimony on page 5 at line 18?
Yes, there is one. There's one, yes.
And what is that change?
I misread a word in the explanation of the Marshall study. In my rebuttal, I substituted the word triangular waveform, that is triangular, for the word trapezoidal when it talked about the waveforms that were used in that study. So I'd like to correct that to trapezoidal as opposed to triangular as I used in my rebuttal. Your Honor, I can't see my screen. Maybe I haven't quite adjusted everything here.
Okay, off the record. So
I'd like to see my own image if that's possible. So I'm sure that can you see me okay?
Yes, I can see you. You probably need to adjust that on your end. If are you seeing the document as a big part of your screen?
I am, and I'm seeing other individuals, but I'm not seeing myself.
If you go to possibly the gallery view instead of maybe what you're.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I think there's a button when you hit view that says hide self view. That might be what's happening here.
Oh yeah, there is. You're right. I've never seen that one again. Okay, yeah. So you need to.
Is that the one with the 3 dots?
Let's see. Don't see it there.
Right next to the word view at the top of the screen, Dr. Punch.
Here I am. I can see it now. Is that okay for you?
Yeah, we're fine. We control what we
Okay.
see on our
Sure.
on our end, I think.
I understand.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So are you all set then?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay. So
I
let's
don't
get on
think
the
I was,
record. So I just wanted to be sure that was the page. It was page 18 of rebuttal was the correction, or is that another spot?
Excuse me, I'll pull it up here.
Page 5, line 18.
Yes.
I have page 18, line 5. That's why.
Your Honor, I think it is page 18, line 5, because I originally looked at page 5 as well. So I wonder if Mr. Jablonski transposed those two.
He's correct, I did.
Okay, so we're off the record. Let's get that fixed on the record, and then we can proceed. So let's get on the record. Looks like the correction from triangular to trapezoidal should actually occur in rebuttal RPJ punch 18, line 5. Okay, let's continue with the questions. Thanks.
I didn't finish my answer. I think I interrupted my own answer.
I'm sorry.
If I could just continue now. Thank you.
And it was about the correction?
Yeah, about the correction. It doesn't make any difference in my conclusions about the use of that particular waveform in their study.
Okay, I guess we'll leave it at that. That's fine. All right, let's continue on. What questions do you have? We have to verify the testimony things first.
We do.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Dr. Punch, have you prepared and caused to be pre-filed in this proceeding 38 pages of direct testimony, 20 pages of rebuttal testimony, and 11 pages of surrebuttal testimony?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And have you also prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding exhibits numbered 1 through 8, 10 through 35, 37 through 42, and 47?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And just for your notification, the exhibit 9 is now you will be referring to Jenkins 3.
Okay.
If I were to ask you the questions that were asked in your direct rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Okay. And do you continue to sponsor the exhibits that have been pre-filed on your behalf?
Yes.
Okay, before we move on, I just wanted to check. Looked like punch 21 was a duplicate of punch 19, or maybe I was confused about that. So maybe we should just clarify that before we.
I believe you're right with the notes I have. They probably that was duplicated.
Okay, so I think the instructions were that we're going to strike.
I wasn't aware of that. Yes.
Yeah, that's okay. But I just want to make, because that wasn't omitted. The 21 wasn't omitted in the list that you were just given. So I just want to make sure we understand that.
I see.
Instead of 21, we're going to strike that one and refer to 21 or refer to this document only as punch 19. It's this graph, I believe that. Okay. So that's 19, and we'll just 21 is going to disappear from the received evidence.
Your Honor, Evan White's on behalf of Commission staff. Just while we're addressing that, one other quick question. I think punch 12 and punch 8 are the same, if I'm not mistaken. So for the record purposes, I'm wondering if we should clean that up too.
Okay, let's why don't we go up the record. Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Let's see. 12, you said?
Correct. 12 and 8.
Yes. I think you're right. I wasn't recently aware of that. I thought that had been taken care of. There was a duplication between those two.
Yeah, you might have been aware of it, but we haven't fixed it.
I see.
Per se with the documents we're receiving. So I just want to make sure. So in addition to 21 being replaced by 19. We're also going to strike 12, and it should be referred to as punch 8. And then in terms of the refilings, you'll just want to use punch 8 instead of 12 and punch 8, 9, whatever it was for the other one. Just make sure you don't have to, let's not perpetuate the duplication. Just use one instead.
Yes, Your Honor, I will add it to my punch list.
All right, perfect. Nicely
Okay.
put. So
I get that a lot.
is there any other items that we've missed so far about duplications or corrections we haven't seen yet?
Your Honor, I spent a bunch of time with this. Didn't catch these last things, but I believe that there are not.
Okay. All right. So let's get on the record. So I don't think we said this on the record, but we're going to replace punch 12 is a duplicate of exhibit punch 8. So references to that document should only be to punch 8. All right, great. All right, continue on.
Okay, Dr. Punch, Mr. Hankard indicated that infrasound would not cause annoyance. Do you agree?
Object to the extent that it mischaracterizes Mr. Hankard's testimony.
Okay, noted, but we can proceed.
That means you can
Yeah, go ahead and answer.
Oh, I can answer. I don't agree. The dictionary definition of annoyance is essentially nuisance. Certainly, infrasound, let's first say audible sound, as well as infrasound below 20 hertz, and certainly SPPs below 1 hertz can cause annoyance, can cause high annoyance and beyond, because it can cause, I think, severe symptoms, motion sickness, dizziness, vertigo, headaches, and some others that I've mentioned throughout my testimony. So I disagree that SPPs or infrasound in, I disagree that as I just said, that infrasound cannot cause annoyance. It can be highly annoying to people, especially sensitive individuals, like Mr. Jenkins and like his wife, Patricia, especially when sustained over hours, days, and weeks and months.
Okay. Dr. Punch, did you make up SPPs?
No, I didn't make it up. I labeled it as an existing phenomenon that's been known for years, I think, well, decades probably. SPPs form an identifiable.
I'm not hearing Dr. Punch.
Sorry, that was my mistake. Hang on, Dr. Punch. I apologize. I was trying to mute somebody else.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Sorry,
Okay.
I apologize.
To start over with my answer, I did not make it up. I simply designate SPPs as an existing phenomenon that has been known about for probably decades. It's associated with acoustic emissions under 1 hertz caused by the blade pass frequency of industrial wind turbines. It seems to be a very unique characteristic in nature and in industrial, even in industrial equipment to some extent. It is an identifiable signature of wind turbine operation. It's again fairly unique. Acoustician Richard James, now deceased, referenced the same phenomenon as short pressure pulses. I substituted the word short for spiked, primarily because of the visible evidence of wind turbine operation in producing these impulses or these pulses that can be seen on his equipment, because we've seen them before in spectrographic analysis, which include the frequency, time, and intensity, but we've never seen them so obviously as in those visual displays. So I use the word spiked so that hopefully the public can get a better idea of what we're talking about, because they are so synchronized with the kinds of symptoms that Mr. Jenkins has described his wife as having. And I think because of symptoms that others in that community of the surrounding wind turbine projects have talked about, whom I've interviewed personally. So my word spiked is a substitute for the word short in what Richard James calls short pressure pulses. Finally, acoustician Robert Rand has also called them something similar. He calls them barometric pressure pulses because they're simply quick changes in air pressure.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. This witness is testifying in the narrative. Also, we're now getting into evidence that is either duplicative or, if it's not duplicative, should have been presented in earlier rounds.
Okay, I agree. We can leave what we have so far, but let's cut it off at this point. Thanks.
Dr. Punch, what is the physiological mechanism by which SPPs at less than 1 hertz can stimulate structures within the ear?
Objection, improper, sir, rebuttal. This is all in testimony.
Okay, I agree, unless there's a comment back.
We're going back, we are contesting Dr. Ellenbogen's novel and presented for the first time assertion that SPPs have to have an amplitude at blast level in order for human beings to, I don't know if I want to use, to be affected by, I don't know if I want to use the word perceived.
Okay,
And that goes to the physiological mechanism.
Okay, that I think it's, so just so we're all on the same page, can you ask that question rather than a more generic or open-ended? I mean, if you want him to respond to something that was stated at the hearing, let's frame it that way. So at least we have a direct connection to what was stated before, and the witness
I can ask that question.
Wait,
Yes.
let me just explain. So then the witness can understand that they're only to be responding to that statement, not to expound on general theory or what they've already stated before. And if even better, if the witness can just say, well, I heard that and I don't agree and it doesn't change my mind, that's what we're looking for. If that's all they need to say, that's all they should have to say. That's all I want them to say. But if they need to expound on it, we can look at that. But if he just needs to say, I don't agree with that, and what I said before, I don't change, that'd be, that's kind of, should be enough, in my opinion, and we can hear what else happens in a specific case. So let's go ahead with asking a more specific question tied to the statement you want him to respond to.
Dr. Punch, Dr. Ellenbogen indicated the amplitude of less than 1 hertz pressure pulses would have to be at blast level within quotes, in order to have any effect on human beings. Do you agree?
I'll object that mischaracterizes Dr. Ellenbogen's testimony.
That's what I wrote down.
Okay, well, I heard that stated. I don't know if that was the entirety of Dr. Ellenbogen's comment on this, but to the extent the quote, I believe, is true, so I'm going to allow it.
Your Honor, if I may, I understand your ruling. I just, for the record, want to be clear. I believe Dr. Ellenbogen's testimony gave as an example a blast as a circumstance where that level of infrasound could impact a person's physical health.
Right, one example, and I think there was one other specific one which is escaping me at this point, but
he didn't set that as like the minimum barrier as something that causes infrasound issues.
Right, but I think the question is valid
Sure.
because it was stated. So let's go ahead with the answer to that. So do you need that question read back?
I don't think so. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
I use the car example of a car. for example, where someone in the back seat is reading a book and they get dizzy. It's happened with my daughter going through the mountains, for example, of North Carolina. I know it happens. I'm assuming it happens to other people fairly often. These are not blast levels. Dr. Ellenbogen, I think in his statements yesterday, was referring to the audibility of the audible, that is the audible sounds, not necessarily to infrasound. I think, and he showed a graph of the thresholds for audibility of infrasound. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the threshold for vibratory emissions or acoustic emissions that create vibratory responses in the human body, including the inner ear. So by no means are blast level emissions necessary for these effects.
Okay.
Dr. Punch, Dr. Ellenbogen indicated that a doctor would need to do an individual medical exam to determine the cause of a health complaint in order to begin to analyze causation. Do you agree?
No, I don't.
Why?
I think many of these symptoms are transitory. They come and go depending on how far you are from, how sensitive you are, first of all, how far you are from the turbines. And it's, I think, an example, what I'm thinking about is a person who scalds their hand in a hot bowl of water, washing dishes, for example, if they do that. You know, they immediately know that the temperature of the water is important, and so they don't do it again. Because after they take their hand out, it eventually heals. They don't need a doctor to tell them what caused the problem. It's like people who remove themselves from wind turbines, which Mr. Jenkins has described very well. They then don't experience those symptoms anymore. They come back, they experience them again, they go away again, they go away. The symptoms go away. It's like an AB paradigm, experimental paradigm, where you put the person in a certain condition, remove them, and see if things change, put them back, and you can repeat and bring them back into the condition under those conditions and notice what happens. I think the most valid thing a doctor, a physician could do is to hopefully understand the person lives near wind turbine project, first of all, tell them to do exactly what I just said. And in the couple or three cases I'm familiar with, where physicians were contacted by residents of near
Your
wind
Honor,
turbine.
I'll object again that we're testifying in the narrative. I'm not sure at this, I think the question has been answered long ago.
I agree. Let's move on to the next question.
Dr. Punch, does the Marshall study that Dr. Ellenbogen referenced have any relevance to the issue of SPPs as you have defined them?
No, because the authors of that study themselves said that they could not produce a signal with their trapezoidal waveforms that went down into the what I'll call the nauseogenic range of below 1 hertz. So to me, the study is useless, even though, as I said in my testimony, there are
Your
good
Honor,
things.
objection, again, as he just noted, he previously said this in his testimony. So we're just duplicating previous testimony.
Okay, sustained.
Dr. Punch, I'm going to pose to you the same question I posed to Invenergy's witnesses. Are you able to identify any other kind of energy facility for which people have lodged these kinds of elevated complaints of the type seen in Jenkins Exhibit 3?
Not really, no. I've done internet searches on abandoned homes, specifically home abandonment, energy facility as keywords. They turned up many relevant hits about vacated homes. When you substitute those words for gas, coal, and nuclear, you don't see abandoned homes. The only thing you can find is abandoned coal mines, for example. I've actually been a co-author on a recent paper, if this can be entered, where we talk about home abandonment. We interviewed 67 individuals who had abandoned or were thinking about vacating their homes because of wind turbine projects in Ontario, Canada.
Your Honor, objection. We're testifying in the narrative again.
Okay, sustained.
Dr. Punch, do you know whether the Brown County Board of Health determination, whether the Brown County Board of Health considered reversing its decision designating Shirley Wind to be a human health hazard?
I'm aware of that, yes. I'm aware of their declaration that it's a human health hazard.
Are you aware of whether they considered reversing that decision?
They did, as Jenkins just referred to, Mr. Jenkins. The health director, Xiong, Xiong, tried to dismiss that declaration, saying it was psychological nocebo effect. And the board voted it down by a margin of 4-2. So it's still in effect. It's not rescinded. At Shirley Wind.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Punch. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay, let's hear from the applicant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Punch. My name is Jess Polakowski. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions this morning. First, let me start with something you were just talking about. You were testifying with regard to folks moving away from their homes because of wind facilities. You would agree with me that people move for all sorts of different reasons, correct?
Of course.
You'd also, I believe you've testified that 3 families moved away from their home at Shirley Wind?
I think it was 3, yes. It was at least 2, 3, I think, yes. The Ashley family, the Enns family, and the Jenkins wife moved to Madison in an apartment, as I understand it.
I see. The Jenkins moving away from the Red Barn facility is what you're referring to?
They haven't abandoned their home because Richard still works there occasionally as needed. She lives there, I think.
And you'd also agree with me that a number of families, in fact, a substantial majority of the families that live in both the Shirley Wind area and the Red Barn area have chosen to remain in their homes.
Yes, I am aware of that. That goes to my point about sensitivity. As you just saw with Mr. Jenkins, his wife is sensitive, but he's not. So we might be talking about, I don't know, 15 to 20% of people, the NIH, National Institutes of Health, says are susceptible to dizziness, vertigo, and motion sickness. I think it's dizziness and vertigo.
So 15 to 20% of the general population is susceptible to dizziness and vertigo. You don't mean to suggest that 15 to 20% of the general population suffers vertigo or dizziness as a direct result of wind turbines, correct?
Correct. They form a population within which they could be affected by wind turbines, but we don't know exactly what percentage.
Thank you, Dr. Punch. I'm going to do my best to ask you questions that require yeses or nos. To the extent that you're able to answer them in yeses or nos, I'd appreciate that you do so. Is that fair?
I understand.
Thank you. Dr. Punch, you are a retired audiologist, correct?
Correct.
You have not held a faculty appointment or engaged in professional, academic, or clinical work since 2011, correct?
Not correct, no.
Have you held a faculty appointment anywhere since 2011?
No. Not formally.
You do not have a degree in medicine, environmental health, acoustical engineering, or epidemiology, correct?
Correct.
You have no credentials in neurological disease, mental health, or sleep medicine, also correct?
Correct.
You're not currently licensed as a practicing audiologist in the state of Wisconsin, true?
I don't live in Wisconsin, that's true.
You have no formal training in conducting environmental noise modeling or measurements, correct?
Not quite.
You don't reference any formal training in conducting environmental noise modeling or measurements on your CV that you've submitted in this case, true?
That's true. It's not on my CV.
You've testified against wind projects in numerous other states, including Michigan, Indiana, New York, and Oregon, correct?
Correct.
And you've never testified in support of a wind project?
No, I've not directly testified in that way.
You mentioned in your testimony your former collaborator, Mr. Richard James. He's also a known anti-wind advocate who has worked with you on multiple.
Objection. Foundation. There's no foundation for her to say that he's a known anti-wind advocate.
First of all, I
Argumentative.
didn't quite finish the question, but I do think he just testified about Mr. James and his collaboration with Mr. James. He can certainly answer whether he's an anti-wind advocate or not.
That presumes that he isn't. That presumes that Dr. Punch is an anti-wind advocate. So
All
it's
right.
kind of a,
If you want him to agree or disagree to the anti-wind advocate representation, you'll have to ask him that question. That's a foundational question.
Are you familiar with someone named Mr. James?
Yes.
You've collaborated with him on a number of projects, correct?
Yes. He was deceased as of 2023.
And in all of the projects that you've collaborated with Mr. James on, you've collaborated in writings or testimony with regard to positions that are against wind energy, correct?
In terms of health, yes.
You were not hired by a government agency or academic institution for this testimony, correct? You were hired by Mr. Richard Jenkins?
That's correct.
Have you been compensated for your work in this matter?
Not a dime.
Have you asked to be compensated for your work in this matter?
I think I've insinuated that I normally expect a fee.
And what is the fee that you normally request?
It depends on the type of activity. Direct expenses for travel, for example, to the state of Wisconsin in March. For time I spend on preparing testimony, which there's considerable number of hours so far. Certainly testimony like I'm trying to give now. My normal fee is about $250 per hour. I don't always
Dr.
charge
Punch.
that.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Were you done with your answer?
I was going to say it's usually discounted depending on the ability of the citizens who can hire me or want to hire me. I'm not doing this case for money. I'm doing it as an attempt in my late career to set the record as straight as possible with regard to health impacts of wind turbines.
And the citizens who have hired you for the other wind-related projects, are they citizens who live in close proximity to a existing or planned wind facility?
Yes.
You mentioned that you traveled to Wisconsin in March. When you traveled to Wisconsin in March, did you do work on this matter?
It was for observation of the environment generally, the placement of wind turbines in relation to homes. Just to hear Mr. Jenkins' description of what's happened to him and some other families. I interviewed him there, of course, over a 2-day period. Spent a night there in one home that's been vacated. That's about it. There were about, I'd say Mr. Jenkins and I spent about the better part of a day and a half, or at least a day, in each other's company talking about these issues.
You spent about a day and a half with Mr. Jenkins when you were here in March. Did you spend any time with Mrs. Jenkins?
Not at that time.
Have you ever spoken with Mrs. Jenkins?
I have by phone.
Have you ever observed Mrs. Jenkins experience the symptoms that have been described in this matter?
No, she lives in Madison. I didn't visit her apartment.
And when you were in Wisconsin in March, you did not visit Mrs. Jenkins' apartment?
That's correct.
When you stayed in Wisconsin in March, you said you stayed in a vacant home. Was that vacant home in close proximity to Red Barn Wind?
No.
Have you, let's talk about SPPs. You've used the term SPPs throughout your testimony in this case to describe infrasonic emissions from wind turbines, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you just testified now that you didn't make up the term SPPs, but you do believe that you were the one to label it, correct?
That is correct.
Were you the first one to give it that label?
I think so.
Would you agree with me that SPPs are the heart of your concern in this matter?
Yes. I'd like to tell you why, but yes.
You would agree with me that the term SPPs or spiked pressure pulses is not found in any peer-reviewed acoustics or medical literature outside of your own writings or those of your collaborators, correct?
Correct.
You acknowledge that SPPs are not recognized by the World Health Organization, the CDC, Health Canada, or any US regulatory body, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that the term SPPs or spiked pressure pulses is not defined in any relevant acoustical standard?
It's a new term, that's correct.
You're not aware of any state or federal regulatory body that has adopted SPPs as a health metric or legal standard, are you?
Your request for clarification, are you asking about SPPs as the term, or are you asking about any kind of regulation or reference to less than 1 hertz pulses?
I'm asking about spiked pressure pulses as Dr. Punch has labeled it. So he's the one who defined it. I'm asking for him if there are any regulations of any regulatory body, state or federal, in the United States that has adopted spiked pressure pulses as a health metric or legal standard. Do you understand my question, Dr. Punch?
Yes, I do. Not that I'm aware.
Thank you. You have not published a peer-reviewed article about SPPs in any major scientific journal that is indexed by PubMed or Scopus, correct?
Not yet.
And in fact, while SPPs are at the heart of your concerns raised in this hearing, SPP, again, is a term that you coined, correct?
Yes, the specific word spiked, I coined. Because I thought it was short. Wait, sorry.
You did not conduct any noise measurements at the Badger Hollow site, correct?
Personally, no.
Have you ever conducted noise level or infrasound measurements personally?
Would you repeat the question? Are you talking about wind turbine sites or in general?
Let's read it back.
Question, have you ever conducted noise level or infrasound measurements personally?
Yes.
Have you conducted any noise level or infrasound measurements personally with regard to wind turbines?
No. I'm an audiologist, not an acoustician.
You mentioned your visit to Wisconsin in March. When you visited Wisconsin in March, did you visit any homes of residents within the Badger Hollow Wind project area?
I visited the Ashley home. I don't recall how far that is from the current proposed project area. in addition to the Jenkins home, although I didn't go inside.
And do you know how far the Ashley home is from the Badger Hollow Wind project area?
I think it's over a mile. I may be confusing the distance of the Jenkins home, which is about 3,000 feet, with that, but I think it's over a mile.
And Dr. Punch, you would agree with me that you are not qualified to, and in fact, you did not perform any medical examination or diagnostics to confirm any health conditions that you allege are caused by wind turbines, correct?
Of course, yes, correct.
So when you've testified that you listen to people and you hear their concerns and you believe them, you're not saying that you conducted a qualified medical evaluation of those individuals, true?
That's true.
You would agree with me that symptoms like headaches, dizziness, and insomnia are common in the general population, correct?
I think they are, probably, yes.
And you're aware that these symptoms can be caused by a wide range of sources?
Yes, I agree.
You're aware of the peer-reviewed Health Canada study, which found no causation between wind turbine noise and adverse health effects, correct?
I am.
That study involved over 1,200 participants and used both subjective and objective health measures, correct?
Correct.
You're also aware of a 2023 Marshall study, a randomized double-blind trial which found that noise-sensitive individuals could not distinguish from infrasound from placebo?
Objection. Can you please clarify what you mean by infrasound? There's an issue with how the number of hertz here looked at in the Marshall study. So there's a material distinction. So if you could clarify, I appreciate that.
My position is that infrasound, I'm talking to an expert or someone who is purported to be an expert on infrasound. When I ask about infrasound, I presume that he knows and understands what I'm asking about. Dr. Punch, did you understand my question or would you like me to rephrase it?
I agree with Mr. Jablonski on this issue.
Okay. I'll define infrasound as sound less than 20 hertz.
So now repeat your question if you would, or read it back, please.
Let's have you state the question again, please.
You are also aware that of the 2023 Marshall study. Let me ask that first, correct? Are you aware of the 2023?
Yeah, of course, yes.
And the Marshall study is a randomized double-blind trial which found that noise-sensitive individuals could not distinguish infrasound at 20 hertz or less from placebo, correct?
Putting me in a bit of a box here. Their only purpose was to study infrasound below, I think, 1 hertz. They attempted to get.
Dr. Punch, are you able to answer my question?
I'm having a hard time responding to your question because it's not clear to me what you really are getting at.
Let me try one more time.
Okay.
Are you aware that the Marshall study concluded, well, first let's ask this. Let me break down the question into tiny bite-sized pieces for you. Are you aware that the Marshall study is a randomized double-blind trial?
Purportedly, yes.
Do you have any reason to dispute that?
No, I mean, they meet the definitions of that.
Thank you. And you're also aware that the Marshall study found that noise-sensitive individuals could not distinguish infrasound at 20 hertz or less from placebo.
I'm aware of that.
And none of the studies, neither Marshall nor any of the Health Canada studies support your theory that inaudible wind turbine noise causes adverse health effects, correct?
Well, may I state that we're looking at annoyance in the, we're looking at audible sound in the Health Canada study largely. We're looking at only a specific range under 1 hertz in the Marshall study. And that makes it difficult for me to answer your general question.
Do you believe that the Marshall study supports your theory that inaudible wind turbine noises cause adverse health impacts?
It does not support it.
Do you believe that the Health Canada study supports your theory that inaudible wind turbine noises cause adverse health effects?
No, I don't agree.
Dr. Punch, in your SIR rebuttal, you explain why you didn't include the Marshall study in your direct testimony. Am I correct that in the context of that question, and it's at page 9, line 13, if we would like to look at it, am I right that the context for that question derived from Dr. Ellenbogen's concern that your direct testimony had not mentioned the most recent and best laboratory study of wind turbine and infrasound and health effects?
I think you're right that he mentioned that he said that.
And your response with regard to why you didn't address the Marshall study is that although infrasound is defined as anything below 20 hertz, the Marshall study didn't include frequencies below 1 hertz. Is that your explanation?
Yes.
Can we agree at least then that infrasound frequencies above 1 hertz, so between 1 hertz and 20 hertz, have been well studied by Marshall and shown not to produce adverse health effects across more than 60 outcomes?
Not in that particular study, I don't think.
So you agree that the Marshall study concluded that infrasound between 1 hertz and 20 hertz does not cause adverse health effects?
Within the scope of their study, that's true.
And in your rebuttal testimony, you referred to the Marshall study as rigorous?
I was repeating what Dr. Ellenbogen said about it, as I recall, not what I said. I was disputing the fact that it was rigorous. It was rigorous, yes, in a number of respects, which I stated. Yes, you're correct.
Thank you. Would it be fair to say then, Dr. Punch, that it's really infrasound below 1 hertz that is your concern?
It's my major concern. Yes.
And in that focus of concern, below 1 hertz, it's because SPPs that fall within the nauseogenic range, correct?
Correct.
And the concept of the nauseogenic range that you've referred to comes from data about nausea caused in pilots from motion, namely flight simulators, correct?
That's one part of it, yes.
Can you point me to any scientific study discussing the nauseogenic range with reference to sound?
Certainly, the 2015 study by Dr. Paul Schomer. I know he used the term nauseogenic in that document. There's also a couple of ISO standards that I referred to in my testimony that deal with that particular range of frequencies under 1 hertz.
And you're aware that Dr. Schomer's reference of the nauseogenic range in his paper relates to the study of flight simulators that's referenced in the 1987 Navy study, correct?
Yes.
Other than the Schomer reference that you just gave me, is there any study that you can point to that specifically discusses the nauseogenic range with reference to sound?
Besides the ISO standards and the Kennedy study that you're talking about, the Navy study, I included 180 references in my Exhibit 6, many of which talk about infrasound and its relationship to symptoms that are purported to be related or correlated with exposure to wind turbine noise. I'm not saying they all did, of course, but some of them did.
And that wasn't my question, Dr. Punch. My question is specifically with regard to the nausogenic range that you've testified at length about. My question is, can you point me to any scientific studies that specifically reference the nausogenic range with regard to sound?
To audible sound?
Infrasound or audible sound, any kind of sound.
I can't at the moment, no.
You've referenced an article by Persinger, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that Persinger was a psychologist located in Canada who studied things like paranormal experiences?
No, I was not aware of that.
Did you do any background research into Mr. Persinger before you cited his article in your testimony?
I looked through it to see what it was saying. It supports the ISO standards, basically, regarding nausogenic range of frequencies and their effects. That's about it. This was a very time-consuming project for me, so I used the time I had to the best advantage, I thought, to be sufficient. So I did not, to answer your question.
So you're not aware that Persinger is not an audiologist or an acoustician?
I would assume not.
He's not a medical doctor?
I didn't know that. I don't care, really. Look at the research for what it is.
And the Persinger article that you cite as supporting infrasound in the nausogenic range gives only one example of sound and the nausogenic range. You'd agree with me that the example that that article offers is a study of a 153 decibel sound at 100 hertz.
I'll have to take your word for that. I missed that point, I guess, when I read it, when I looked over it.
You'd agree with me that a 153 decibel sound at 100 hertz is essentially a blast exposure?
At that frequency, it could be considered that, yes.
You'd also agree with me that 100 hertz is significantly higher than your 1 hertz nausogenic range?
Yes.
In your SIR rebuttal, you've referred to NIH data that about 15 to 20% of adults yearly in large population-based studies suffer dizziness-related symptoms, including vertigo. And I believe you just testified to that in your live testimony today, correct?
Correct.
You'd also agree with me that not all of that dizziness or vertigo is attributable to wind turbines?
Presumably, I would agree.
And in fact, the chapter of the NIH data that you cited in your testimony didn't discuss wind turbines at all in noting that 1 in 5 people experience dizziness or vertigo, correct?
That's right.
The people that you spoke with that complained of the symptoms with regard to wind turbines and experiencing these symptoms, did you ask them what, if any, medications they're taking?
No, probably because I'm not a medical doctor.
Did you ask them if they suffer any pre-existing conditions?
Going back to my last answer, I did ask about, or I was told by at least one of those individuals I interviewed there, that they were taking, I guess, sleeping pills.
Other than the one individual that you spoke with who lives in close proximity to a wind turbine that identified that they're taking sleeping pills, did you ask any of the people that you spoke with who live near wind turbines who are suffering from symptoms allegedly related to those wind turbines what medication, if any, they are taking?
No.
Did you ask any of those individuals that you spoke with what diseases that or other issues they might have?
Not being a medical doctor, no.
You didn't review their medical records?
No, I did not.
And you didn't conduct a physical exam, correct?
Correct.
Other than speaking with these individuals, you didn't perform any testing on them?
No, I didn't test them, evaluate them medically at least.
You've referenced the ISO standards in your testimony and today, and in fact, you cite to ISO 2631 and attach it to your SIR rebuttal testimony as Exhibit RPJ Punch 40. You'd agree with me that this standard indicates that at certain levels of low frequency oscillation and for exposure periods of between 20 minutes and 6 hours, the prevalence of vomiting was 70%, correct?
Correct.
Have you seen 70% of the community in the project area experience vomiting as a result of infrasound exposure from Red Barn?
I haven't seen it. I mean, I've heard that one of the people I think had an episode where there was vomiting, just one.
Other than, so you'd agree with me that
Child.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I thought it was the daughter of someone.
You don't know?
I don't know for sure.
So one individual that you might perhaps be aware of is the extent of the individuals who've experienced vomiting at the Red Barn project. That's your
As I'm
testimony?
aware. Yes,
Would it be fair to say that one individual does not represent 70% of the community that lives in close proximity to the Red Barn project?
of course.
In your SIR rebuttal testimony at page 10, you reference papers by Dr. Salt that were completed in 2010 and 2011, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that Dr. Salt's studies were based on his study of guinea pigs?
Yes.
And you'd also agree with me that Dr. Salt's studies did not relate to wind turbine noise and its effects on humans, correct?
Of course, as a hearing scientist, he was getting at that because the ears of guinea pigs are much like those of us humans, but he did not test humans. And nor could he do the kinds of invasive procedures in humans that he did on guinea pigs.
Are you aware of any study completed by Dr. Salt where he studied wind turbine effects on humans?
He certainly opined on wind turbine effects as related to his basic hearing studies. I've moved on beyond hearing at this point to deal not with the cochlear, the hearing mechanism in the inner ear, but dealing with the vestibular portion. He did not deal with the vestibular portion.
So I want to go back to my question and make sure I get an answer to it. Are you aware of any study conducted by Dr. Salt related to wind turbine noise in humans?
Not a study per se, no. He opined on it only.
Dr. Punch, you've criticized Dr. Ellen Mogan's reliance on epidemiological, easy for me to say, data, correct?
Correct.
And you yourself, in your opinions, have relied on anecdotal interviews and field visits, correct?
Well, as I said, I published an article very long, including 180 references, but would you please repeat that question?
Let's read it back.
Question, and you yourself, in your opinions, have relied on anecdotal interviews and field visits, correct?
Not quite correct.
Did you rely on interviews
Yes,
and field visits?
yes,
And there are no medical evaluations that you've relied on, correct?
correct.
You would agree, or I should say, are you aware that Dr. Ellen Bogan is a board-certified neurologist and a board-certified sleep medicine physician with over 20 years of clinical experience as a medical doctor, as well as experience in military brain injury, imbalance, and noise research?
He's made that very clear, yes.
And would would you also agree with me that Mr. Hankard, whom you also criticize, is a professionally trained acoustician who has conducted more than 800 noise analyses, has spent dozens of hours at residences near wind projects measuring noise, and was a member of the committee that produces the ANSI wind turbine sound modeling standards, correct?
I don't disagree with that.
You've argued, Dr. Punch, that the Public Service Commission should deny the Badger Hollow Wind project outright, correct?
I'm sorry, I lost some volume there. My phone rang. I thought I had it on Do Not Disturb.
I can repeat the question. Can you hear me now?
Let's read it.
I can't hear you that well.
We'll read the question back. Is there something?
Judge, can you hear me still?
Yes, yes. I can hear you, Attorney Polakowski.
I can hear Mr. Newmark.
Okay. And you try it again, Attorney Polakowski, see if he can hear you.
Sure. Can you hear me now, Dr. Punch?
No, I can, yes.
Okay, great.
So let's have the question read back. And do you have your phone? Was it a phone issue that?
It was a phone. I had it on Do Not Disturb, but I don't understand how it reverted back. I'll redo my settings. It's still on Do Not Disturb. I don't know how that happened.
Okay. Well,
I can put it in another place in case it rings again. Can I get up for a minute and a few seconds and come back?
Can you turn your phone off?
I did. It's on Do Not Disturb. I do not understand how that happened.
Just turn it off.
It's never happened before.
A hard turn off. Just shut it down.
Yeah, okay. All right, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
Sorry.
right. So let's have the question read back and then we'll proceed from there.
Sorry, a lot of this ran together when you guys were all talking, so I'm just finding the question.
If it's easier, I can just repeat it, Your Honor.
No, that's okay. I
Okay.
have unanswered questions.
Question, you've argued, Dr. Punch, that the Public Service Commission should deny the Badger Hollow Wind project, correct?
Correct.
And you base your recommendation that the commission deny this project outright on the same theories that you've testified to that have been denied on multiple occasions in several state level proceedings, correct?
There's more involved than that. It's more involved than that.
You agree with me, though, that you've testified in a number of state level proceedings where your opinions and theories were rejected.
Yeah, I think that's true, yes.
I want to go back to something you said just a few minutes ago. You testified that when you were speaking to individuals that have been affected by wind turbines, you spoke with one individual who told you he was taking sleeping pills. Is that right?
He or she, I don't remember which, but yes.
Dr. Punch, are you aware that sleeping pills can cause side effects like drowsiness, dizziness, and nausea?
I am.
You've advocated in this proceeding that the commission should reject data collected under the Wisconsin PSC's own protocols, correct?
In essence, yes.
Yet you're not an acoustician, and you just told us that you've never conducted sound measurements on wind turbine projects, correct?
I've never stated my real reason for saying all that. For saying that, I mean, my total concerns.
You've offered testimony with regard to ISO 9996, which is Exhibit Punch 35. Are you aware that the title of that standard is Mechanical Vibration and Shock, Disturbance to Human Activity and Performance?
I'm aware of that.
And the ISO 9996 standard contemplates physical force applied to a human body, correct?
Yes, can. Yes.
ISO 9996 does not refer to the nauseogenic range, correct?
That may be true. not using that word, but I think it has some elements of nauseogenic in it.
And it doesn't refer to SPPs, correct?
Not per se, right?
And the word nausea doesn't appear at all in the ISO 9996 standard, correct?
I don't recall, but I'll take your word for it.
Let's look at section 4.4 of that exhibit. There's a paragraph titled motion sickness. Oh, I'm sorry, it was the paragraph you were just on. So I'm sorry, it says duration of impairment. Would you agree with me that the example that is given there, it relates to the human experience after rough passage of a ship or airplane, correct?
As an example, yes.
And we've talked briefly about Mr. Schomer's reliance on the 1987 article authored by R.S. Kennedy. Are you aware that that underlying article by R.S. Kennedy is titled Motion Sickness Symptoms and Postural Changes Following Flights in Motion-Based Flight Trainers?
Yes.
This article that Mr. Schomer relies on didn't address sound or infrasound or SPPs at all, correct?
You're talking about the article by Schomer itself?
No, the Kennedy article that Schomer relies on.
Sorry, I have to have that repeated one more time.
Sure.
Me?
No, I don't. Let's have.
I can read it back. Yeah, sure.
Yes.
The article, the Kennedy article that Mr. Schomer relies on did not address sound or infrasound or SPPs at all, correct?
Correct, yeah, that's true.
Do you have any factual evidence at all to support your conclusion that standing in the presence of inaudible infrasound from wind turbines produces similar health impacts to those experienced by individuals subjected to full body mechanical vibration, such as heavy equipment operators or flight simulator participants?
I can make the tie as an audiologist between acceleration and acoustic emissions at that low frequency range. That's about it. I mean, I can make that tie.
And that tie would just be based on your own personal background and experience?
Of course. And others know the same thing, I think, but I'm saying certainly it's based primarily, coming from me, it's based on my own experience.
Dr. Punch, you submitted testimony to the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin expressing concern that the Highland Wind Farm would cause adverse health effects due to turbine noise, correct?
I've dealt with that case, yes.
And you are aware that the Public Service Commission approved the Highland Wind Farm project?
I wasn't aware of it, not surprised.
Are you aware of any documented instances of adverse health effects related to Highland Wind after its construction and operation?
I'm not aware of any.
You've testified. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Well, that's okay. I haven't looked for it. I don't keep up with the cases afterward. I was told one of the projects in Michigan was not approved because of my testimony, but we normally don't know how much, impact our testimony is going to have. And I expect most of the projects to be approved, frankly, including this one, if you want to know the truth, because of the insistence that the regulations involve dBA measurements, which are audible sound. I think we should take the argument away from audible sound into inaudible emissions. That's my point.
Thank you. You've testified multiple times that wind turbines are harmful, correct?
Based on my knowledge of situation, yes.
None of your testimony has ever resulted in new federal or state regulatory standards, correct?
As far as I know, of course, it's true.
And you would agree with me that the broader scientific community has not accepted your conclusions as mainstream or validated?
I guess I can't disagree with that.
Dr. Punch, you provided expert testimony before the Ohio Power Siting Board expressing concerns about public health impacts from wind turbine noise in the Buckeye Wind Project, correct?
Correct.
Despite your testimony, the Ohio Power Siting Board approved both phases of the Buckeye Wind Project, correct?
Yes.
You've submitted pre-filed testimony to the South Dakota Public Utilities Commission on the prevailing, and that's a title, Prevailing Wind Park Project, warning on adverse health impacts from wind turbine noise, correct?
I have.
And despite your testimony, the South Dakota Public Utilities Commission approved the Prevailing Wind Park Project, correct?
I'll take your word for it, if that's true. I don't know.
You testified before the Kansas Senate Utilities Committee about health concerns related to wind turbine noise, correct?
Yes.
And following your testimony, the Kansas legislature did not enact any statewide restrictions or noise thresholds consistent with your recommendations, correct?
I assume that's true.
You submitted expert testimony in the Bluestone Wind Project case before the New York State Siting Board, correct?
Yes.
Despite your testimony, the New York Siting Board approved the Bluestone Wind Project, correct?
The last part of that, I'm sorry.
Correct?
Bluestone, Bluestone in New York, is that what you said?
Yes, yes.
Yes, correct.
You chaired a Michigan Department of Health and Human Services Wind and Health Technical Work Group that recommended a 40 dBA nighttime noise limit for wind turbines, correct?
Correct.
Michigan did not accept or adopt your recommendations, also correct?
Correct.
Instead, under Public Act 233 of 2023, Michigan adopted a statutory noise limit of 55 dBA at the nearest outer wall of any dwelling on adjacent non-participating property, correct?
They refused to change their 55 dB limit. Correct.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll move on with other cross. We have Linda Grice, I don't believe is with us here. Mary Owen, did you have any? Oh, Metallica would be next. Any questions from Gina?
No,
No? Okay. Mary Owen?
no, I'm fine.
Okay. Larry Reagan?
Yeah, I have no comments. Thanks.
Okay. All right. And Renew?
No questions, Your Honor.
George Schwartzman, not currently with us here. The trustees of 435?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Wisconsin Policy Monitor?
Nothing from us, Your Honor. Thank you.
Public Service Commission?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. How about Redirect?
Yes, Dr. Punch, before this case, before your work in this case, has testimony that you have ever given been based on the crystallization of the issue of less than 1 hertz emissions that you have described as SPPs?
No. So far, no. No.
So in all of the cases that Ms. Polakowski was discussing, you have not presented testimony about this particular phenomena as you have characterized it.
Correct. That's right.
Okay. Before your work in this case, had you ever reviewed any materials like the display materials and readings that Mr. Jenkins took and that you looked at in connection with this case?
No, I had not.
Did those influence you? Is there information that you gathered in the development of your testimony for this case that made it different from testimony that you've given before?
Yes.
What is that?
The interviews with the people in the area that I visited in March, and the display, the visual display of what was happening at the very, very low frequency range, the nauseogenic range, which corresponds directly with what's described as the symptoms expected from exposure to sounds or to, excuse me, infrasonic emissions in that range.
Are SPPs a physical force that is applied to the human body?
Yes.
I want to clarify, when you came to Wisconsin in March, you went to the area of the Shirley Wind project, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that where you stayed overnight?
The Ann's home is where I stayed, yes.
And the Ann's home is near the Shirley Wind project?
I believe so, yes.
Is that also where the Ashleys are?
No, they're in another area. I mean, I toured a lot of the area, and I get confused about exactly what area I was in. I know I was staying in the Ann's home, which was, yes, associated with the Shirley Wind project for sure. The Ashley home, I think, was the Red Barn project area. That is.
Are you sure it was the Ashley home and not the Jenkins home?
I think the Jenkins home is, I'm sorry, the Shirley Wind home is what I'm sorry. The Ann's home is in the Shirley Wind zone, no question.
Where's the Ashley home? If you remember.
You're talking about the Ashley home originally that's now vacated?
Yes.
Oh, I recall, maybe incorrectly, that it was near the Red Barn project. I mean, I know it's in one of the two. It doesn't, I mean.
Well, we have what
materially, I don't know if it matters.
We have what the witness can remember here today. That's as much as we can get.
Okay. Do you think it's reasonable to, given the data that you have and the correlations that you've observed in your work for this case, to attribute the symptoms experienced by Patricia Jenkins and others to the nocebo effect?
No.
Did any of the people who you interviewed indicate that they had a pre-existing antipathy to wind farms before? Any of the people who you've interviewed who indicated adverse health effects indicate to you that they had a pre-existing antipathy to wind farms before those wind farms went up and they experienced those effects?
No, I remember the opposite impression, that they were not at all against them, if not for them entirely.
Thank you, Dr. Punch.
All right. Thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
This might be a prime opportunity for a 10-minute break, and we'll continue on with, I think, our next witness with filed testimony is Larry Reagan, if I'm reading my own document correctly. Yes.
Your Honor, before we break, can I just ask with regard to Mr. Schwarzman, if he is not present to allow us to cross-examine him, I would ask that the entirety of his testimony be stricken from the record.
Well, that's in the facilitating matters order and in numerous emails I've sent, that if a witness fails to appear or be available for questions, I can't receive the offered evidence that's been submitted prior to the hearing, the written testimony exhibit. So, yeah, that's part of the process. So I don't think you're I'll note your request, but I don't think it's necessary in terms of our existing process. We'll wait until we're adjourned to see if what the situation is with the witness with intervener Schwartzman, but that's the rule and that's how I'll apply it if we need to.
Thank you,
So,
Your Honor.
so it's I'm gonna round it down to 10 to 12:10, so we're gonna be back at 12:20 and for our 10-minute break. So thanks. Let's take advantage of this time.
9-minute break.
No, not
My clock.
in my world.
Provide waiting time. Basically, that's.
Did anyone else step and pee on their break? Oh my God. These dogs.
Oh, wrong one. All right, we're back. We have stay off the record for a second. We have GASJ has joined us. Who is that exactly? Maybe I'm just not recognizing that connection. Maybe that's
Hey,
hello?
that's mine. Sorry.
GASJ? Gas J?
Hey, losers.
Yeah, who's that? Who are you?
Hey, losers.
It's George.
Blowing
Oh,
at your
George.
house.
Okay. I didn't know what the J was. Okay. That threw me off. Okay. Let's change your name then for that. Made us a little nervous there by not showing up before, but it's all good. Um,
That's not yours. Go on.
okay. Set up there.
Okay, I'm here so my testimony doesn't get split.
Yeah, I hear you, George. All right, we got you covered. We're working on Larry first, and then we're gonna go down our list. So you're not too far. So it's Larry, Reagan, then you're up next.
Thank
Oh
you,
yeah, 'cause
Ron.
we did Cal already. Okay, so let's get our documents back up here.
Sorry, I thought I was on mute. I'm fighting with four-legged people for food. What?
No comments from them.
Well, if you saw the eyes that were looking at me right now,
Oh no.
one laying down and 6 eyes at me.
Oh boy. Well, you're eating something. That's probably that's all it takes.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I think we're good to go. Let's swear in Larry Reagan. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, state your name for the record, please.
Larry Reagan.
Okay, and let's say I have that you filed direct testimony and 5 exhibits. So that these are versions of these exhibits, and the testimony are ones that I had taken your version and modified it so that they could meet standards for filing, and some of the validation for some of those exhibits. I reformulated them, and I think I substituted one, or I found a document that I think was all I could really find to substantiate the cost of decommissioning a turbine. So with those changes, is this document complete and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it appears to be.
Okay, great, thanks. So that's all I have, I think, for those documents. Did you have anything you'd like to comment on from what you've heard at the hearing so far, or from the latest filings from other witnesses?
Yes, I would, Your Honor. I have a comment from yesterday. My question to the doctor, or Mr. Kurtz.
Okay.
It was unclear to me whether Badger Hollow Wind or Invenergy would provide the weight and tonnage of the Investus V162, that 6.2 megawatt.
I'm sorry,
turbine
I'm having trouble hearing. Can you hear me okay, Judge?
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's if it's
I'm having a hard time hearing as well.
Okay, hang on. Let me get my headphones.
See if that helps. All right, let's go off the record.
Your Honor. Your Honor.
Yes, yes.
Are we supposed to keep our video on or no?
Technically, yes.
Okay. Okay. I didn't have mine on. I'm sorry. I just didn't remember to put it back on.
That's okay. No
Oops.
worries.
I meant to mute.
Now you're muted. Okay. We're having trouble with the connection too. All right.
Okay, is that better?
I think your audio is better. It looks like there's some jitter with your video, which is cause some more problems. Let's see.
Everything's clear for me.
Okay, well we can hear you okay. So let's try getting your statement. Start from the beginning with your statement about the Kurt's testimony.
Okay, it was my questions to him was unclear whether Badger Hollow Wind or Invenergy would provide the weight in tonnage of the V162 6.2 megawatt turbine, and also the foundation dimensions. Like how deep are they? They weren't. He wasn't accurate on that, and concrete tonnage is going to be used along with steel rebar. How many tons is that going to be? And also a full list of accurate fluid amounts in gallons or liters. I can read those fluid amounts, but should be part of yesterday's testimony.
Right. So let's go off the record for a minute. And I think we had made a number of statements about that, getting information. And I guess it's fair just to make sure we're all on the same page. My understanding is that there were going to be some documents filed from the applicant after they know that information. And maybe if we could just sum up all of that kind of outstanding items in a statement we can cite to or keep in one place. So any contribution there, Attorney Polakowski, you'd like to make to this? Oh, you just muted yourself. Hang on.
We've already requested that information from the manufacturer, and we're hoping to get it as quickly as possible, and we'll submit it to the commission as soon as we do.
Okay, so I know there was the capacity for the oil and then the cell, and that was one of the items that I think.
Yeah. One of the additional items is the updated decommissioning plan that includes the updated cost with the cost of the non-recyclable portion of the blades. And that we will provide certainly within the 3 business days allowed. Those are the items I have top of mind. Mm-hmm. Oh, and good neighbor agreements is the other thing that you had asked for that we agreed to provide. Is there anything else on your list?
Well, I think we had talked about another and more. I thought there was another specification that was going to come in after the model was chosen. And
maybe you're thinking of there was some back and forth and testimony on the SPCC plan. Is that what you're thinking of?
No, there was what was the So the capacity of the oil in the cell, that's just for the Vesta, and that's something you'll provide. You put in a request and you'll provide that as soon as you can. That's the one item, first item you talked about. And then I think now Larry's mentioning the footings. I don't know if that was discussed yesterday.
Well, I had mentioned that they were redacted. They're in the plans, but it's redacted information.
But even
Your
that
Honor,
would just be preliminary. Yeah.
Kevin White's from commission staff. Just, I'll state my recollection, and then everyone else is free to state whether that's what they remember as well too. But I do remember there was some questions from Mr. Reagan about the footing dimensions that were included in, and I can't remember which appendix. But my recollection was that I believe Mr. Kurz testified that that would be determined when the BOP engineer finalized the actual engineering. Perhaps the applicants can state when that would occur, but I'm not sure that that would occur in time such that it could be added to the record.
That's correct. That would not occur until the final engineering is complete.
Okay. And we don't get a.
Can I?
Go ahead.
May I comment?
Yes.
Well, if they're already building them around the country, shouldn't they already have that information?
I mean, my understanding is that they'll be very specific to each site, so it has to be sort of custom built.
Right. The foundation, the dimensions of the foundation are take into account the geologic conditions where they'll be built, and et cetera, et cetera. So
let me ask Attorney Weiss if you know, do we expect to get any of that final documentation? Does that typically come in to the
Your Honor, I guess I would defer to the applicants. I don't know at what point in their project development do they finalize those specific site-specific final engineering plans.
it's typically much closer to construction after, like I said, after final engineering is complete. Certainly, we would have to have the model chosen by that point in time as well.
Yeah. So, I think for purposes of what the commission does, that will be past the decision point the commission makes. So it's if the project is approved and then the final design is created based on the sort of preliminary information that's provided on that topic. So I don't know if we'll be getting that information, and I don't know, since it's not really what the commission is looking into in terms of making its decision, I don't know if we'll be expecting to see that. But we will get the other information that we're speaking of before the decision is made. So you'll get copies of that as a party. So I think that's the best we can do in terms of answering your questions on those topics.
Thank you, John.
All right.
Did I capture all of the requests that we've discussed?
I think we'll go back to the transcript and see. But I think as we sit here today, that's what we recall. I think it's an accurate description of what we were talking about.
Well, I would like to just make sure we're talking about all the potentially toxic fluids that are going to be in the B162, including antifreeze, the amount of grease for lubrication, hydraulic oil, and all of that.
Okay. So I think that was.
It should be in the transcript.
Yeah, I'm not sure what witness Kurtz had stated, but if we could just, if to the extent that information can be provided to the applicant, let's get it from the manufacturer and have it included in this filing. We're going to see.
Agreed, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so let's get back with. So, do you have anything other statements to make, witness Reagan?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so any questions for the witness? We'll start
You're
with-
not, you didn't go back on the record?
Yeah, we're on. We're back on.
Okay.
Yeah. Any questions from the applicant?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Reagan, you are not a licensed engineer, hydrologist, geologist, or environmental scientist, correct?
Correct.
You do not hold any professional certifications in groundwater management, hazardous materials handling, or construction engineering, correct?
Correct.
You've never conducted peer-reviewed research on wind energy development or environmental contamination, correct?
Correct.
Your testimony references a broad range of issues, including turbine foundation design, hazardous materials, decommissioning costs, karst geology, and oil spills, also correct?
Correct.
And you, in your testimony, reference anecdotal experiences from the 1970s inside a mine as part of your basis for your concern about mine locations. But you've not presented any formal maps or geological surveys confirming active shafts under turbine sites, correct?
I was in the mines in Mineral Point, Wisconsin. I was not in the Linden mines. And I'm sure they're quite similar.
Thank you. And you've not presented any formal maps or geological surveys regarding the project area, true?
True.
You've raised concerns about turbine fluid leaks, citing oil, grease, antifreeze, and other agents, correct?
Correct.
You've not presented any evidence of any fluid spills from the proposed turbine models in Wisconsin, correct?
Well, there aren't any turbine V162s in Wisconsin.
Are you familiar with the design of wind turbines, generally speaking?
What I've read over the last few years, yes.
Are you aware, Mr. Reagan, that when leaks occur as a result of a gearbox leak, they end up in the belly of the nacelle?
Some do, yes. Some are on the exterior. I've driven past them and seen them draining down the tower.
Are you aware that for the particular models that we're discussing, when they're designed such that when leaks occur as a result of a gearbox leak, they end up in the belly of the nacelle?
I have never seen a V162 in person.
And if what I just said to you is true, that the design of these models is such that any leaks from the gearbox would leak to the belly of the nacelle, would that alleviate your concern regarding oil and other fluid leakage?
Not necessarily.
Why not?
Because there could be a catastrophic event like a tornado or a derecho, and those happen in Wisconsin. They haven't tracked tornadoes until 1980. So we don't know.
And you've not presented any evidence of any fluid spills at the Red Barn or Montfort Wind projects, correct?
Correct.
You've referenced photos of what you allege are leaks near Darlington, Wisconsin. Also true?
Observations near Darlington, Wisconsin, yes. And those were repaired. Those were fixed.
Did you independently test those sites or confirm the source or extent of the leakage?
No, I did not.
Do you know how old the turbines that you allege were leaking in Darlington were?
About 3 years old. It's in, I can't think of the name of the project right now. Town of Seymour.
Do you know if the turbines that you allege are leaking have been properly maintained?
I have no idea.
Do you know who is responsible for maintaining them?
No, I don't.
Do you know what model the turbines are?
No, I don't. But they're visible from Highway 81.
You'd agree
It
with
goes into
me? I'm sorry.
It goes into Darlington. It's between Darlington, Wisconsin, and Cuba City. I drive by them quite a bit.
You'd agree with me, Mr. Reagan, that modern wind turbine components, including fluids, are regulated under EPA and OSHA guidelines?
Okay.
And you're aware that Badger Hollow Wind will have a spill prevention control and countermeasures plan to address and remediate any spills that may occur, correct?
Correct.
You raise concerns about microplastics and bisphenol A in wind turbine blades, correct?
Correct.
You're not a toxicologist, a chemist, or a materials scientist, are you?
No, I'm not.
You have no evidence that microplastic contamination from turbine blades has occurred in Wisconsin's agricultural fields, correct?
Correct.
Including at Red Barn or Montfort Wind?
Well, Red Barn has a turbine that's sitting idle, and it has for 6 months. It's delaminating. It hasn't moved in about 6 months, and you can see the delamination occurring. And as the wind blows, I gotta believe somebody's going to have to do some toxic testing there someday on top of picking up all the fiberglass that's been spread over this farmer's field. And this turbine is located at the intersection of Martinsville Road and 80 north towards Montfort.
Yeah, you just broke up there with the directions to the turbine. Give us that again.
It's located on the intersection of Martinsville Road and Highway 80 going north to Montfort, between Montfort and Livingston. And it's been that way for about 6 months now.
And other than your belief that someday that land should be tested, do you have any evidence as you sit here today to suggest that the land has been contaminated with PFAS as a result of that incident?
No.
You claim in your testimony that fiberglass shedding harms livestock. Have you submitted a veterinary report or a health study documenting any such incidents?
No, I haven't.
Are you aware of any issues related to injuries to livestock as a result of fiberglass shedding at Red Barn or Montfort Wind?
No.
You cite in your testimony turbine collapses from tornadoes in Iowa as a potential risk at the project. Do you know the age of the turbines that collapsed in Iowa?
No, I don't.
Do you know how the turbine that collapsed in Iowa was maintained?
No, I don't.
Do you know if regular maintenance of the turbine was followed?
It's actually turbines because there's 10 turbines and 3 separate tornado events on May 21st, 2024. So it wasn't just one turbine. I didn't go down there. I do not know. Who owns them? I believe Mid-America Energy owns them.
And I'm sorry, I think my last question was, do you know if, with regard to the turbines that collapsed, they were regularly maintained?
I don't know.
Do you know in the last 5 years how many wind turbines in the United States have been felled by extreme weather events?
Not off the top of my head, but I did not submit documents on it, but there have been others.
And the article that you cite in your testimony notes that such incidents as the one described in the article are extremely rare, correct?
That's what the article said. Which was written by a local newspaper in the Prescott, Iowa area. That was their opinion.
And you would agree with me that extreme weather events like tornadoes can also have catastrophic events at, say, a farm?
Yes.
And there could be leakage of hazardous fluids as a result of a tornadic event at a farm, correct?
Correct.
You've referenced a lack of collision barriers at turbine bases. Are you aware of any engineering standard or regulation that would require such barriers in agricultural wind projects?
No, I'm not, but I think it would be a good practice. I was suggesting that.
And would you agree with me that farmers in the project area where you reside generally take care to avoid crashing their tractors?
One would hope so. I mean, these tractors are 30 tons. These combines are. They have diesel 18-wheelers out there that haul grain, and they could be up to 50 tons. So, hopefully the driver is competent.
Are you aware of how much hazardous fluid in terms of quantity a typical truck and tractor that farms the project area contains?
Roughly, yes.
And how much is that?
I imagine off the top of my head, 12 or 15 gallons, maybe 20.
You've expressed concerns regarding Badger Hollow Wind's decommissioning estimates, in particular as to whether the turbines will be recyclable such that the salvage value could be obtained. Are you aware that these turbines consist of approximately 80 to 95% by mass steel?
Well, yes.
And you'd agree with me?
Steel commodity prices are cyclical. So they're trying to say that in the future, steel prices are going to go up, and then be like me, and 10 years from now, corn prices are going to be $30 a bushel. I can't predict that, neither can they.
You'd agree with me, though, that steel is not likely to become obsolete in the next 30 years?
I would agree.
And back, do you farm, Mr. Reagan?
Yes, I do.
Do you own a combine?
No, but I own tractors.
Would you agree with me that combines actually will contain much more than 15 gallons of gasoline?
Oh, I thought you were talking about oils. Yeah, they do hold more than 15 gallons of gasoline. I didn't include gasoline. I was including oil in my estimates.
I see.
And hydraulic fluid.
In fact, they're more like in the hundreds of gallons, right?
It could be a big combine could be more than 100 gallons of gas and 100 gallon or diesel and 100 gallons of hydraulic fluid and grease.
Thank you.
Oil.
Thank you, Mr. Reagan. I don't have any further questions.
All right. We'll move down our list. Any questions from Clean?
No, Your Honor.
Jenkins? No, I'm still here. I see you shaking your head. That's good enough.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Oyen, you're here.
No, I'm okay.
Okay. Renew?
No, Your Honor.
How about Schwarzman?
Yes, I have some comments. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so we're asking questions of Larry Reagan based on.
Oh, okay. Because
Yeah,
I'm ready to go.
Not yet. No,
Okay,
you'll be next. Glad you're on the ball, though. That's good.
Well, yeah, I know.
The trustees of 435. Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
And Wisconsin Policy Monitor.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Public Service Commission?
No questions. Thank you.
All right. So I think that's it then. So I will excuse Larry Reagan. Thanks for participating. Just stay on for more. But we have your evidence in the record now. I don't think you needed to refile anything. So that's good. So now it's George's turn. George Schwartzman will call you.
Yes.
And I'll swear you in first. I've been meaning to spotlight people. I forgot to do that. All right, so raise your right hand. You got it. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, so help me God.
All right, state your name for the record, please.
George A. Schwartzman Jr.
All right, so I have from you your direct testimony that we'll be receiving for the record. Is that document complete and correct to the best of your knowledge?
It is, and I stand by everything I said. And that's one reason I'm here, so this gets put in the record.
Absolutely. So we'll just need you to change to refile, not to change any of the statements, but just to get the page number correctly identified. Should have been doing
I have to refile my page numbers and my documents are incorrect.
Right. So let's go off the record for this. So so there's no page number. And we'd like to see it in the footer of the page. And I can
add page numbers in the footer. Okay.
I'll show you so this is the format. Can you see the comment that I'm highlighting here? I'll see if I can make it bigger.
Okay.
So on each page it should say direct GS Schwartzman -R- and then the page number. So this way we have them all lined up. And I think you had line numbers, so you're all good to go with that, and that's great. So yeah, just looking at the page number change. Otherwise, I can accept that direct testimony.
Okay.
So it looked like you had some comment to make based on the last things you've heard at the hearing and the last testimony filed in rebuttal. So go ahead with your additional.
Well, sure. I have some comments. Basically, and they're somewhat global here. But I believe that this hearing process is faulty. I've said it before. I believe that it is the job of the Public Service Commission and the applicant, Invenergy, to prove to the interveners, the residents, that
Your Honor, I'm going to interject.
Safe.
Okay, so let me just interrupt there. So that's in your testimony, so it's not going away. Commissioners will be able to read that, and also your argument about the case is going to be in your brief, so you'll be able to file the written brief, and you can take all the evidence you've seen and heard, and incorporate that in your argument. So those kinds of statements perfectly fine, but not for now, for later. So otherwise,
I have another comment. I have some other comments, Your Honor. Sure. I believe that the interveners never got an applicant a witness list. So we didn't know exactly who some of these people were, and my questions, a lot of us questions were generated right there on the spot. And fortunately, I was able to, I was 5 or 6 people behind, so I was able to generate questions. We interveners do not have a staff like the PSC and the applicant does. We don't have the money to buy a witness. These people, the applicants, bought witnesses, expensive witnesses that were able to.
I object. And move to strike.
They were able to support the view of wind turbines.
Off the record.
Your Honor, could I just quickly add? Oops, I'm muted.
I don't see you here. Hang on, let me remove the spotlight because now we need to chat together here. Yeah, go ahead. So we're off the record right now. Attorney Olson, did you want to be on the record for this?
No, it can be off the record. I just wanted to point out that Mr. Schwartzman wasn't present earlier today when Your Honor went over the specific rules for the statements.
Okay, that's
and I think that's the reason, because I know he's been trying quite hard to. And I think doing a great job for an intervener following the procedures, but he wasn't here for the explanations.
Okay, yeah, that's why I did try to explain that before he made his began a statement, but maybe I went a little too fast, assuming I was just reminding people. So yeah, that's a good point. So George, let me just review the process here.
Off the record still.
Yeah, off the record's fine. So at this time, our participation for all the witnesses is limited to the following things. So it's to give you a chance to respond to what you heard at the hearing, or what the witness had filed in writing, the last filing. So, for example, for like Kerr's, it would be the Kerr's surrebuttal and the statements that Kerr's made at the hearing. Like, you can respond to those things and say, I don't believe that was right, or I have an opinion on what he said. But what you've already filed is going to be in the record, so you don't need to restate it.
Okay.
And your position on the case, what the commission should do, what your opinion is about the outcome of the case and the decision of the commission, that's going to be reflected in your brief. If you want to file a brief, you have the opportunity to do that, and you can take the evidence that's on the record and use that evidence to argue in favor of your position. So at this point, your statement should be limited to some specifics about what you heard and dispute or have a response to. So if you think about that and kind of curtail your statements to that standard, that would be useful for the record at this point. So I apologize. I didn't set you up for success here like I did at the beginning of the hearing for the other witnesses, but if you could keep that in mind when you're making your statement here today, and I'll give you another shot. But if you're only simply going to argue the case, what the outcome should be, or repeat what you have in your testimony, that's not appropriate for this point in the proceeding. So let's get back on the record, and let me ask you. So now that I've explained in hopefully a better way the process and the expectations of what we're doing here today, do you have any comments to make, Witness Schwarzman?
Well, again, thank you, Your Honor, for putting up with me in this way, because I had not planned to attend, because for me, it's basically a waste of time, but I am showing up basically so that my testimony is included. As far as the witnesses, I guess I can comment on those. I basically thought that they were all biased. They had a very slanted view. If we interveners had our witnesses, we would have the other view, which I believe is more correct. And so we just don't have the staff or the money. But I disagree with a lot of the interveners, with the witnesses, the applicants' witnesses. So.
Okay, well, that's good to know. So like I said,
really didn't chance to really elaborate on that either. Well, there wasn't really any time to pick them up on that. So.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. And like I said, you can argue the case in your brief. Sure. And yes, but we heard you today, and we have your testimony for the records. I appreciate it. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So now the people get to ask you questions. So we have any questions for the witness?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schwarzman. I'm Jessica
Mrs. Pulowski.
Okay, you can't talk at the same time.
Oh.
You just let her finish speaking and then say something.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Debbie.
As I think you know, I represent the applicant in this matter. I've got just a couple of questions for you this afternoon.
Sure.
So, Mr. Schwarzman, is it fair to say that you are opposed to wind energy generally?
I think wind energy is industrial wind energy is one of the biggest scams to ever be perpetrated on the American people and on the world. And right now, what's happening is that people are catching on to that green to the scam, and wind is pretty much over. I'd be looking for another job if I was you. So.
Thank you, Mr. Schwarzman. Would you? I would be correct if I said that you would oppose Badger Hollow Wind, even if it complies with all applicable Public Service Commission regulations.
I believe it's impossible for them to comply. And I don't know if you're familiar with the WFLO, Wind Facility Licensing Ordinance, that townships have passed. There are 3 there in your Badger Hollow, and there are about 8 in the uplands. And there's a mile setback in that, and that has been upheld by a Marathon County judge as legitimate.
Mr. Schwarzman, you've asserted that no studies are valid unless they're done by independent researchers, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that Badger Hollow Wind did obtain third-party independent reports for the purpose of this project?
Who paid for those?
Mr. Schwarzman, it's my turn to ask questions and you have to answer them.
I did. I asked you who paid for those studies that you commissioned.
So it's my turn to answer, to ask questions and your turn to answer. So my question to you is, are you aware that there are third-party studies that were obtained with regard to the Badger Hollow Wind project?
If there were, I would have liked to have seen them to determine just how unbiased they were, because the cigarette companies back in the 60s did the same thing.
Mr. Schwarzman.
Okay.
That's good. You got it. Go ahead.
I apologize. Go ahead and finish your answer if I didn't give you an opportunity to do so.
And the cigarette company executives came up with all kinds of what they call legitimate research that supported cigarettes. And after unbiased research was done, eventually it was found that indeed cigarettes were not healthy at all. Actually, I've done research, I've taught research, and you can do a research study that will can result in the outcome that whatever outcome you want.
Mr. Schwarzman, would you agree with me that any third-party analysis that was paid for by the applicant, you reject as biased?
I would.
You believe that the Public Service Commission should not rely on any of these third-party studies that were paid for by the applicant, correct?
Definitely not.
And who would you suggest pay for third-party analyses with regard to the project? Would you suggest that taxpayers pay for them?
This is the job of the PSC. And in my testimony, I offered help and gave them a list of topics.
So in your opinion, taxpayers are the ones who should pay for the third-party studies that you're advocating for?
Actually, taxpayers shouldn't be paying for subsidies for wind turbines at all.
So if the applicant shouldn't pay for these studies and taxpayers shouldn't pay for these studies, who pays for these third-party independent studies that you're advocating for?
I think wind turbine companies should be taxed, and the tax money could be used for the studies then. And the tax money then, those studies would be designated, the researchers would be designated by the PSC, but that would be money from taxes on wind turbine use.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You describe in your testimony the Public Service Commission as corrupt, correct?
That might be a little strong, but I believe that many of them are unknowing. I believe that they are biased. They are certainly biased toward the industrial wind and solar, because I think that's their mandate from the state government. They want to do this, carbon-free society by 2050 or whenever it is. And so they're basically supporting that, and they're rubber stamping. It seems to be any so-called green or renewable energy project that comes down the road. They're just rubber stamping it. So I don't know if I would call them corrupt, but they may have a job to do, and if they don't, do support the wind and solar, then they may not have a job.
Mr. Schwarzman, Judge Newmark has just put your testimony on the screen. I would like you to take a look at that and tell me at page 3, you describe the Public Service Commission as corrupt, correct?
I'll stand by that. From what I've seen, I would say so, yes.
And what is the statement that you made in your direct testimony that the Public Service Commission is corrupt based on?
I was an intervener in Cardinal Hickory Creek, and I saw what the people had presented and the evidence, and to overrule that, to override that, that's corrupt. Another thing, if the Public Service Commission can have a setback of 1,250 feet for a little short wind turbine up in Montfort, and then they triple the size of that, but they keep the same setback distance, that's I'll call that corrupt too. You bet.
Mr. Schwarzman, you stated in your testimony that only idiots believe they can control CO2 levels, correct?
That's right. And there's a whole, it would take me an hour to educate you people. I'd have to charge you some tuition for that. But basically, CO2 levels are not, are basically completely independent of humans. Humans contribute, but basically the CO2 level is completely independent of temperature and whatever else. Like I say, I could spend an hour on that. Okay. In other words, the important thing here is that humans think that they can control global climate, and they can't. The sun, the temperature, the activity of the sun determines the temperature of the earth. The temperature of the earth, then what happens is that as this temperature rises slightly, Henry's law tells us that a gas that's dissolved in liquid, as the temperature increases, the solubility is inversely proportional to that. So we have CO2 coming out of the world. And also CO2 levels are at a historic low for the world. And global temperatures are at a historical low in the world.
Mr. Schwarzman, you don't believe that global warming is a result of human activity, correct?
Definitely not. Completely independent.
And you've claimed that the Public Service Commission is trying to shove this BHW project along using junk science, correct?
Yes.
What is the basis for your statement?
Anybody that can say that a setback distance of 1,250 feet for a little 280-foot turbine is just as good for a 650-foot turbine, if the science that they use for that is junk science. If they say that the setback distance of 1,250 is just as safe for a small turbine as it is for a large, that's junk science. And I don't need to read this. I don't need to read the research.
Are you aware of any turbine in this proposed project that is located 1,250 feet or less from a non-participating property owner?
The setback distance should be a mile. And there again, I don't have a staff here or the time to go research and look at the setback distance for each turbine. Now, I know you're probably going to say, oh, well, our turbines are 13 or 14 or 15. Oh, so they're much greater than the minimum setback, but that's nothing. Okay, that just gives you a talking point.
Thank you, Mr. Schwarzman. I have nothing further.
All right. So any other cross? We'll start with clean. So I don't know if you just joined us, Brett. We're just going through the list of interveners one by one and just making sure there's no questions. So
no questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. And Linda Grice, I don't think is here. The Jenkins, any questions? No, not seeing that. All right. Metallica is not with us, I believe. Oh, Oyen, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Reagan, questions? No, you're muted, but I'm going to take that as a no. Renew?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Trustees?
No questions, Your Honor.
Wisconsin Policy Monitor?
Nothing from us, Your Honor.
And Public Service Commission?
No questions. Thank you.
All right, great. All right, thanks, Mr. Schwarzman. You're excused. Appreciate
Yes, Your Honor, do I need to stick around or to the end here, or I'm excused?
You're excused as far as
Thank
I'm
you.
concerned. Feel free to stay on. That's not a problem for me.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. And by the way, Judge, I think you've done a good job with the PSC hearing. So thank you. I'll see you next Monday or next Tuesday.
Yes.
at
Oh,
Linden.
wait, let me, while you're here, let's go off the record. So I did make an announcement, and I'm not sure if you were here for that. So as a party, you had the opportunity to make your comment in the party process. So just so you know, there's no comments from you in the public hearing. So,
Yes, sir.
or written comments. So, okay, good. We're good to go with that. Yeah, I look forward to seeing you, but not hearing officially your comment on Tuesday. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you,
feel
Your
free to
Honor.
stick around or not. It's up to you.
Okay.
Okay, so it's time for 4:35. Trustees, we have Amy Hunt here.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you've been waiting, I know. And I don't think I have to review the the process with you. Let's have you swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, and I'm gonna spotlight you for now. So let's see. I have you filed direct testimony. One exhibit labeled Hunt 2, and let me just check my notes here. I think there was, is it a duplicate for? Yeah. So Hunt 1 is also Metallica 13, so we're going to refer to it as Metallica 13 instead. So I believe the filing that I have for you is corrected with that change.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, so for what you see here, the Hunt Revised Direct and Hunt 2, are those documents complete and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I do have one question for clarification.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
On the exhibit 435-Hunt-2, during the motion process, it was pointed out to me that it's not clear how this map was generated exactly. I did reply to that in my motion response.
Okay.
The clarification that I was wondering is, do I then need to revise this and refile?
Okay, so I was not aware of that controversy because I kind of just saw all these motions and took care of them in one conglomerated way. Yes, I think that would probably fall. I mean, I didn't. Let me see something here. I guess I wasn't seeing a problem, but maybe I wasn't looking at it. Let's go off the record for a second. So in terms of your direct, to what extent do you explain that was the source, what the sources were and how you made that?
We will have to review that. Let me just take a peek if I.
Okay. Okay, so you did explain it was derived from snap maps,
20.
mine shafts and bore locations.
I guess the applicant was questioning what SnapMaps 20 was.
Okay.
And I just want to make sure that I provide the best evidence possible.
Okay. Well, so I'm not sure if you'll need to refile the exhibit. If you want to expound on what Snap Maps is, I think that's fair. Just to complete the record and, kind of it's just an exception. So if you want to add that now, but I guess I'm just curious, just want to look at this document again. And so, yeah, so let me ask you, do you have anything else to add, or just you need to talk, you want to talk about those leases as well? Why don't we start off with this, and if you just explain, I guess if you have a statement prepared about the exhibit, go ahead and make it, and we'll see if
Back on?
Yeah, let's get back on. Sorry. So if you have a statement about your exhibit 2 witness hunt in response to the applicant's motion, which we have not really addressed directly yet. So I think it's fair to just get your response on that if it clarifies the record in the case. So go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. So SnapMaps 20 is part of a GIS database created by the UW Extension Office that lists all of the information in the legend at the bottom left of the map. That was how this map was primarily generated. The additions that I made was I took the planned location of turbine number 23 from the applicant's maps and placed that estimate on this document. And then the shading in the upper right-hand corner to show where our property is there. I added that. And I added the blue shading below that to denote where there is an existence of a drive-in entrance to the mines. And that was based on my own personal experience of seeing that actual drive-in entrance.
Okay, I just didn't follow you when you talked about the location of your property. How was that marked on here?
It's do you see how it's kind of a tonal orange there in the upper right-hand corner? And we couldn't get it all in, that we own more property than that. That would be north of the road.
So north of the drive-in entrance to the mines that you've indicated there.
Correct. That's where our property starts. There's additional property that we own that is not depicted on this map. I zoomed in closer to be able to get better detailing reflected in where those borehole locations are.
Okay, great, thanks. Any idea when it comes to snap maps, is it 2.0? How current is the data that they use? Do you have any idea?
So Snap Maps 20 are online maps listed in a document titled the Digital Atlas of Historic Mining Activity in Southwestern Wisconsin, and it's written by the Division of Extension of the University of Wisconsin-Madison. And it was created in joint effort of the Department of Soil Science at the University of Wisconsin-Madison and Grant Green and Iowa counties to digitize their Wisconsin Mineral Development Atlas. As far as I know, it is current to the information that they have available.
Okay. Do you know what's meant by the borehole indication on that map?
Everything in that lower left would be mining activities that are documented within around our farm. So the boreholes could be a combination of where they drilled exploring for mineral or used them as air shafts. Okay.
And do you have any familiarity with the site in terms of the boreholes near planned turbine 23? And basically I'm looking for what the diameter of those holes are or how big they appear to you.
In the area around turbine 23, I do not. I could only speak to the size of what I've seen on our own property.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Okay, so just so we have this all connected together, does the applicant or anyone have any questions about the map which we're labeling Hunt 2R?
I do have a couple of questions on that.
Okay, why don't we do that now and then we'll switch back gears when we take the rest of the testimony.
I'll be very, very brief on this. Ms. Hunt, nice to meet you formally, Jess Polikowski. Do the boreholes that are indicated on your map indicate more than simply the fact that there are boreholes found at those locations?
Are you asking if the boreholes indicate anything other than the fact that they're a borehole?
That's what I'm asking, yes.
That is correct. They indicate that they are a borehole.
And the fact that of the existence of a borehole does not necessarily indicate the existence of a mine, correct?
The existence of a borehole does not confirm nor deny mining activities, correct?
And were these boreholes filled in?
That is a very That is a very complex answer because the truth of the matter is that nobody knows exactly how they were filled, when they were filled, or by whom. It has been the individual property owner is the one that would have been responsible for doing it. I am not privy to any information of what was done on someone else's property in regards to capping, filling, or closing up a borehole.
And the boreholes that are denoted on this map, Exhibit 2R, are they located on property that's currently being farmed?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that it would be difficult to farm over totally unfilled boreholes, correct?
I would agree that it would be difficult if they were completely unfilled. What I would disagree with, based on our own experience of those boreholes collapsing on our property, is that if they're not filled correctly, farming over them is dangerous.
Understood. Can you approximate, I guess I don't know, with regard to all of the holes, are they uniform in their diameter or are they different sizes?
The ones on our property are all different sizes.
Okay. Can you give me a range of the size, like between 6 and 12 inches, or are they bigger than that?
We have seen anywhere from 2 feet to 6 feet in diameter.
And the 6, so at least with regard to holes of that size, you would agree with me that for farming to occur on properties where that level of borehole exists, they would have to be filled to some degree?
For the bigger ones, yes, they are filled. But again, it goes back to the integrity is based on how they were filled, when they were filled, and by whom they were filled.
That's all I have on this topic, Your Honor.
All right, great. So let me redirect you then, Witness Hunt, to anything you'd like to say in response to statements made at the hearing or the last filed documents of other witnesses.
I do, Your Honor, have a few issues from things that I heard during the hearing. The first two issues that I would like to address are during the redirect of Brandon Davis. Mr. Davis was asked if he believed if he and I were engaged in good faith negotiations at the time of the application filing. And he answered yes. I disagree about the status of the negotiations for a possible contract with the land associated with 435 County E. Rui at the time of the application filing. The reason I disagree is that prior to October 16th, my last contact with Mr. Davis was on August 6, 2024. And for comparison, in 2023, from August to October, Mr. Davis and myself had multiple instances of contact, including an in-person meeting at the Badger Hollow Wind Farm LLC office on September 21st of 2023. So after having no contact with Mr. Davis for over 2 months, I did not believe we were still in negotiations. The next point of clarification I'd like to make is in redirect, Mr. Davis was asked if there was an option for contracts to be offered for select parcels of land versus a landowner's entire acreage. And he stated that yes, that those were possible options. But I would like to provide some points of clarity that during my talks of the possibility of renewing the easement agreement associated with our family farm, that we were never presented with a select parcel option. It was always all of our acres or none of our acres. So those are the things I'd like to clarify from Mr. Davis's testimony. One other point is during Mr. Kearns's testimony yesterday, he made a statement that all publicly available mine information was used in the review of the project. Since I do not find any references to the mining leases that are public records from the 1960s within any of the testimony or exhibits offered by the applicant, I would like to offer those documents now for the record.
And I will, Your Honor, object to the admission of those. We discussed this a bit earlier, but these are the documents that were provided to us the day before the start of the hearing.
Yes, I understand. Okay, so can you describe to us what you, so it looks like from what I have, I think I'd copied all the documents from your email, that you are required to send parties and myself one day before the hearing, any additional documents you'd like to use at the hearing, and 7 in total. Is that make sense to you, Witness Hunt?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And can you describe what we're looking at here? I'm just going to pull up the first one named Ruth Rundle.
Okay. Once you get that open, I would be happy to.
They're not showing up. I'm going to close this stuff up. I'm going to take an extra click here. That's why. Okay, so I'm guessing we'll need to know what these are and how you got them, and
Okay, so what they are, Your Honor, is they are mining leases that are available in public records. And what they contain from the 1960s is they contain a full legal description of the land that the lease agreement is assigned to. There are a little bit of differences in some of the leases versus other in the verbiage, but some of them, if you scroll down at right there on page 2, please stop, Your Honor. In the center there, it says that part of the contract is to drill 4 holes, each 300 feet deep in depth, unless the ore horizon is sooner encountered. And so there is also included in these documents information that would show that there was possible mining activities from the 1960s on these lands.
okay, and to the extent you know, this is not reflected in your Exhibit 2?
It is not.
And so let me be more clear about that. So have you checked from the descriptions here in the leases? Have you cross-checked that with the map in terms of seeing if it's on the map or not?
What I have found, Your Honor, in my research is the map that was built in Snap Maps 20 was primarily built off of information that was available from the Geological Survey and from Professional Paper 309. Both of those documents are cited in the Exhibit Patent-3 Part 1.
Mm-hmm.
But the last dates of any activity that is in those would be, the last date would have been Professional 309, which was published in 1959.
Okay.
Which would mean that the information provided in these public documents is not reflected.
Okay. And did you mention how you came across these documents, how you obtained them, and where you found them?
So yes, Your Honor, what happened with these documents is I found them on Iowa County Land Shark.
Right.
And what happened was I had been using Iowa County Land Shark all of February and I didn't have any
Give us a
issues.
definition of what that is.
Oh, I'm sorry. It is the computer software that houses all of Iowa County's public records.
Okay, thanks. And that's on the Iowa County's website?
Correct.
Okay, great. Okay, sorry, continue with
it.
And so I had been using that software in February with no issue. And then in the middle of March, when I started to find these documents, what would happen, you go into the Land Shark and you have to pre-authorize a credit card for $50. Mm-hmm. And then every time you download a document, there's a fee attached to it. Most of them are not above $18 a document. And when you open up the document, it displays on your screen. And when I started to use the software in the middle of March, I would open a document and it would say a new number, like the one that I thought I was looking at, but it would actually show me the document that I had already opened, and it wouldn't show me anything new. And I kept getting all of these pop-ups to reauthorize my credit card for $50 additional. And so I was quite confused why I was being charged from not seeing the documents. So I quit using the software in March, thinking that I was doing something wrong or something wasn't going right. And then when I went back in April to try and get these documents again for my direct testimony, the system wasn't working at all right. And that's when we started hearing things in the community that there was possibles that Iowa County had been hacked and that there were other issues. And I believe the first press release that actually all the documents had been deleted from Landshark might have been like April 28th, but I'm not sure on that. And so I didn't believe that I actually had these documents because I never saw them on my actual screen. And it wasn't until my son was helping me that he found that I was actually getting the documents, even though I couldn't see them, and he recovered them from my computer.
So they're good for something, those kids.
He's my IT department, unfortunately for him.
Unfortunately for him, yeah. I know the feeling. Okay. Great. So and so what we're seeing here is just the first document we have from, I forget who it was, Ruth Rundle.
Ruth Rundle, Your Honor.
The other what did I mention? 7. The other 6 documents here, they're of similar type. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor. And they are all for land within Mifflin Township within the designated project area.
Okay. All right. So I've heard enough background and rationale for both the validity of the documents to rule on the validity of the documents and the cause for filing as additional documents for the hearing. But let me hear from any other parties or commission staff that have any concern about this. We can start with the applicant.
I just could I ask, Your Honor, when your son discovered the documents on your computer?
So you're the witness Hunt?
Yes, that was the day before. So I had to send the email on Monday. He found them on Sunday.
Okay.
I do still, I mean, I can certainly ask intervener Hunt questions about this if you allow them in. I do still have some fundamental objections to the timing of the disclosure and sandbagging us at literally on the less than 24 hours before the start of the hearing with new documents that we have not had an opportunity to determine the veracity of. We haven't been able to speak with any witnesses pertaining to these with these exhibits. They're from the 1960s. I don't think there's anyone who can speak to their authenticity. So I continue to object to the admission of the exhibits, Your Honor.
All right, anyone else want to comment?
Yes, Your Honor, if I could comment briefly.
Go ahead.
So these documents, just from looking at them and from my knowledge of Landshark, are documents that are publicly recorded at the Register of Deeds office. So for example, I'm not sure, it looks like we're looking at page 1 of 12 of the Ruth Rundle lease right there.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, so in the upper kind of left-hand area right above where it says this agreement, it looks like it says 98543. That's the recordation number that the Register of Deeds office assigns to the document. And then if Your Honor were to scroll down, you'd see a volume and page. So essentially, now I'm pretty sure that I'm not pretty sure, I'm completely sure that the Wisconsin rules of evidence state that a certified copy of a document from the Register of Deeds office is self-authenticating. But in this case, I think we have the authentication from Ms. Hunt, which sounds, it's not my job to judge anybody's credibility, but so I would assert that it certainly seems credible because she explained how she got it from the Land Shark program and the trials and travails of the little problems that Iowa County was going through. But moreover, the applicant was on inquiry notices to all of this because it's actually a little bit astounding that they didn't find these documents on their own, given that all they would have to do is a title search for each of for the area of the project. So in terms of unfair surprise, I think there's absolutely zero valid argument for unfair surprise. It's actually quite surprising that they didn't know about this.
Okay. Yeah, so I will receive these documents based on what I've heard today. And I think, to the extent they'll be useful for the commission, that's one rationale. Of course, I completely believe Witness Hunt's story about receiving them and good cause for filing them the day before the hearing. I don't believe it's sandbagging. Just want to make that clear. I believe that it's also useful to the applicant because I believe they are stating that they've used all publicly available information to cite the proposed turbines in the project area, and this will only go to ensuring that they are sticking to that claim and making good on it. So we'll put this in the record. Also direct the applicant, to the extent they haven't done a title search on all property in the project area, that they do so. I mean, this just seems like there may be some lapse in the process. So I'd like to see that happen. And if there are additional documentation that they find in that search, that they provide it to the commission. And we can make that data request response, ALJ data request response 1, if they need to file more documentation along those lines. So we have these documents. I'm gonna mark the entire set of all 7 mining leases as Hunt 3, and I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna save you the trouble, Witness Hunt, and just file that for you. It'll just be the documents I received on your email with a cover page, and so I'll combine them all into one. One of the reasons why I'm doing that is because it may be difficult to email that to me or to file it on an IRF if it's depending on the file size. From a remote location, I'll try to see if I can get this all into one document and file it from directly into the system. So you'll expect to see that in the next few days. So that'll be Hunt 3. And at this point, I guess where we're at. So any more testimony you'd like to give under our limited opportunity to testify at the hearing?
That was it, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So the witness is available for cross. So let's have questions for the applicant first.
I have no questions for Ms. Hunt.
Nothing. Okay. Go down our list again. I don't think Rice is with us anymore. Jenkins, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Keep going. Metallica, I don't see you. Owen, any questions? No, I'm just going to take that as a no. Reagan, questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor. Yes, Ms. Hunt. As a little girl, did you ever go into the mine that's south of your father's property?
Yes, my brother and I tried to several times and actually got in trouble for losing my dad's good rope down there. And from what we were able to see, what we were able to experience when you enter the drive-in.
Your Honor, I object to this testimony. It's not contained in the direct examination. To the extent that it was going to be relied on by the trustees, it should have been submitted before today's date.
Okay, well, we've Then I think that's probably a valid objection. I really want to hear this story.
You want to go off the record, Your Honor? I could tell you the story.
Yeah, I would think we probably
Your
we have
Honor,
valid. Yes, go ahead. Who's that?
I wonder if it wasn't foundational to a question that had to deal with responding to Mr. Patton.
About the depth of the shafts, is that
Potentially, I don't know. I have no idea where it's going, but they're not represented. You could at least, we could at least ask Mr. Reagan where he was going with it.
There's no,
Yes, go ahead, Attorney Polakowski.
there's no testimony from Mr. Patton as to the location of the mines that he was describing as being lateral and containing shafts. There's no connection between a mine that Ms. Hunt may have been in when she was a child and Mr. Patton's testimony. It's not appropriate sir rebuttal testimony.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with that. It's yeah, I think we're well, I guess the one thing I'm curious about that maybe additional testimony from Patton is that the shafts are horizontal, laid horizontal along the geography. So I don't know if that's going to be something that's coming up in this answer, but if there's any information coming into that. I don't know, let's hear the story and I'll roll on it. We'll see. We can strike it if we have to. So go ahead with the rest of the story. Witness Hunt.
Okay. The drive-in entrance south of our farm. When you enter the drive-in entrance, it's quite large. The mine actually continues horizontally. It goes due west, or you can go north. The north tunnel, it goes probably 20 to 30 feet, and then it cuts hard east. We tried to, there was a considerable amount of water, but what we did is we went home and we got our little boat and we got all of my dad's good rope and we tied it off and we floated as far as we could. And we only went to where the bend is on the north tunnel. We didn't go any further east, but the tunnel that proceeds due west heading towards turbine 23, we floated over 250 feet. We had tied the rope off in the trees in the valley there, because that's actually a valley where that blue box is. We had tied the rope off there. And we floated our little boat about 250 feet and we were going due west. The problem was there has to be like the elevation starts to change. So even though the tunnels are dug horizontally, they're at different level, or not different levels, but there's inclines built in, because we got to the point that we could not, as crouched down in the boat as we were, we couldn't proceed any further. So we doubled back, and why we got in trouble is when we were doubling back and we untied the rope, we dropped it into the water. And there's all kinds of mine stuff. There must be stuff that's still down there in the mine shafts because the rope got stuck on something and we couldn't pull it back out. And we had to leave it. And then when my dad discovered that his good rope was gone and we had to own up to why and where, is when we really got in trouble.
Okay, so you're talking about, so I have your exhibit 2 up on the screen. You're talking about a mine that starts near the blue box area and goes west.
Yes, so that where the blue box area is, it's a drive-in entrance. And it was a big drive-in entrance. I would say that it was probably 20 feet across in width and 20 to 30 feet in height. And when you enter there, it's like a big empty room at first, but then the room starts to cut off and part of it heads to the north and then it cuts due east after about 20, 30 feet. We didn't go any further that direction beside the bend.
Mm-hmm.
But then you can float straight west. And west was the direction that we were going.
Okay.
And that's where, like I said, we had about 250 feet. I think we used about 200 feet of the rope before we couldn't crouch down any lower in the boat because the mine started to change elevation.
Right. And so this confirms a statement that Patton had made about horizontal mine shafts, but there's no turbine locations proposed in that area, as far as I can see from the map.
There is not any, but the issue is it continued. I just don't have any idea how much further it went because we couldn't get it. We couldn't go
Yeah,
down.
and I don't think anyone's disputing that the mine shafts extend horizontally. So that's, I mean, that's fine. So, all right. So then let me ask, if there's any other questions for, do you have anything other, well, we're still on Reagan, right? So any other questions you have for the witness?
Well, hold on, Your Honor, I continue to object to that testimony and move to strike as for all of the reasons that I've put on the record.
Yeah, I just denied. I don't think it really harm her. It does any good or harm to the record. So it does. I guess it confirms to some extent that mines are horizontally under the ground, but that's already been stated. So that's fine. Any other questions, Larry?
Yes. To Miss Hunt, was there any other your family members ever go into this mine when the mine's in operation and can describe the size of the mine turnaround areas or length of the mine or how far they drove back or walked back in there when it was in operation?
Your Honor, I object.
Okay, I'm not going to take testimony from stuff that the witness had heard. We already have an eyewitness account, so I think that's the best we're going to get. If we're going to rely on any of this, at least I'm going to limit it to an eyewitness account. So let's leave it at that. Anything else?
No more questions.
All right, so let's move on to renew.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, let's see, is George still with us? I think
No
Schwarzman.
questions, Your Honor.
Oh, there you are. Wisconsin Policy Monitor
No questions, Your Honor.
and PSC.
No questions. Thank you.
What? Don't you want to know all about the
It was a
road?
great story, but I don't have any follow-up questions.
Well, okay, great. All right, thank you, Witness Hunt. You're excused. Stay
Thank
on if
you,
you
Your
like.
Honor.
And we'll hear from Wisconsin Policy Monitor.
We have, okay. Is Ms. Brown, are you there?
I believe she's connected.
Your Honor, you may have been able to see that I am having some connectivity issues. Could you move on to Clean Wisconsin and give me about that time to get this resolved so that we won't have problems with connectivity while I'm testifying? And I do.
So if you can still hear me, we can move on to commission staff. I think we have Wisconsin Policy Monitor is our last intervener witness. So I know you can hear me, Attorney Olson. So if we can wait to have Barbara fix the problem, it's best if we can see her, and we can go off the record for this. But if we need to, she can call in, and that number's on the notice of hearing. So she'll just need to call in and then use the code. And
It'll take me 5 to 10 minutes, Your Honor, I believe.
okay, just so you know, you can always call in as a backup. We don't want to slow this down too much, but if it's okay with staff, we can take staff, whoever's next on staff first.
I would appreciate that, Your Honor. Thank you so much for your indulgence.
Or how does that sound, Attorney Weiss? Can we?
That's fine.
Okay, so who would
Are we ready?
I'm ready, yes.
Okay. First, commission staff would call Stacy Row to the stand.
Okay, there you are. spotlight you here for now. Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm? Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, great. Go ahead, Attorney Weiss.
Thank you. First of all, Ms. Rowe, could you state your name for the record?
Stacy Row.
And what is your position and by whom are you employed?
I am employed by the Department of Natural Resources as an Endangered Resources Utility Liaison.
How did you become involved with this particular project?
I reviewed this project for impacts to rare and non-game species.
Did you file or cause to be filed direct pre-filed testimony?
Yes, I did.
And are the statements and assertions in that direct testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any additions or modifications to make to your testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
Thank you. With that, the witness is available for cross.
Okay, any questions from the applicant?
No questions, Your Honor.
Questions, okay. How about other interveners? Clean Wisconsin.
No questions, Your Honor.
Linda Grice had indicated questions in her email, but I'm not seeing her here. Okay. Jenkins.
No questions, Your Honor.
Gina Metallic is not here as far as I can see. Owen, any questions? Or Oyen?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Reagan, questions?
No question, Your Honor.
All right. Renew?
No, Your Honor.
Schwarzman?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Trustees?
No questions, Your Honor.
And Wisconsin Policy Monitor?
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions. All right. Then you're excused. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I'm guessing that wasn't enough time for witness Brown, so we'll move on to the next.
Yeah, if that's okay. That'll be helpful to move things along.
All right. Next, commission staff would call Olivia Pullman to the stand.
Okay. See you there. I'm going to swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm? Tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Could you please state your name for the record?
Olivia Pullman.
And what is your position with the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin?
I'm employed as an environmental analyst and review specialist.
And how are you involved with this docket?
I was the environmental review coordinator.
Did you file or cause to be filed direct and sur rebuttal testimony?
I did.
And are you also sponsoring the environmental assessment exhibit?
Correct.
Do you have any additions or modifications to make to either your pre-filed testimony or exhibit at this time?
I do not.
And are the statements and assertions in your pre-filed testimony and the EA exhibit true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
They are.
That the witness is available for cross. Thank you.
Okay. Any
No
questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions from the applicant. How about Clean?
No questions, Your Honor.
Linda Grice still not with us. Jenkins.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Metallica not here. Oyen,
No questions, Your Honor.
Reagan,
No questions, Your Honor.
Renew,
No, Your Honor.
Schwartzman.
Yes, Your Honor, I have a question.
All right, go ahead.
Mrs. Pullman, why? Mrs.
Introduce
Pullman.
yourself to the witness first.
Oh, my name is George Schwartzman, intervener. Can you tell me why an environmental impact statement was not done?
That decision is not made by me. That decision is made by the WEPA coordinator. I simply make the recommendation. That ultimate decision does not come down to my say.
Do you have any idea why your supervisor made that decision then? Any reason why an impact statement was not done that you heard of?
I can't opine to his opinion.
So
Okay.
this, one thing we can say that this did start out as a type 2 WEPA review, correct? Because it's a renewable. It falls under the administrative PSC 4 as only requiring an EA based on the type of generation. Is that what your understanding, Witness
Correct.
Pullman? Okay, so it starts off as an EA, not an EIS. And then what do you know the process by which a case may transfer from an EA to an EIS? Are you familiar with that?
Are you asking me or George?
Asking you, Olivia.
Oh, I ultimately Adam makes that decision. We have a conversation and he delves about it himself.
Okay, but okay, you're not aware of that. All right. So that's all we can probably obtain from this witness. So, okay. Anything else, Witness Schwarzman or Intervener Schwarzman?
Yeah, I just thought that this Driftless area was such a sensitive environmental issue that an impact statement should have been done, but I understand that. Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
All right, thanks. All right, we'll move on to the trustees. Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and Wisconsin Policy Monitor.
Just one question.
Sure.
Why didn't the environmental assessment address the issue of the potential disturbance of abandoned mines?
I reviewed the information on the publicly available data from the Wisconsin Geologic Society. I spoke about the issues in context of what we've discussed in other EAs in this area. When I looked at the information, I didn't see any glaring issues. Simple as that, I guess.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that in the creation of the EA in this matter, you did not review the mine leases that Witness Hunt presented?
I did not review those leases, no.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that in the creation of the EA in this matter, you did not review the snap maps of the project area that Witness Hunt discussed in her testimony?
I reviewed that same data. Yes.
Okay. But would it be fair to say that you did not include images of the snap maps in the EA?
I did not.
Okay. Why didn't you?
I guess I don't really have a response to that. I didn't see necessarily like a need. When I looked at the information, I looked at the contamination map. None of the facilities were in areas that I deemed as concerning, based on the contamination levels that were indicated on the maps. And like I said, I discussed the facilities in a way that we have discussed other projects in this area. That's all I have.
Okay. When you did the up through the time of the completion of the EA, were you ever aware that the boreholes that are delineated in the snap maps program can be from at the very least from 2 to 6 feet in diameter and as much as 300 feet deep?
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. I'm struggling a little bit with the link between the dimensions of the borehole and Ms. Pullman's assessment as part of the EA process. I don't know if there's a foundation or link that Attorney Olson can draw, but if we're just asking about whether or not the boreholes exist, I think that's already in the record.
Right. And go ahead, Attorney Olson.
Well, because if it's not addressed by so we had testimony in the record that the water table is as shallow as 8 feet and in some places deeper than 18 feet. we had testimony in the record that water moves very quickly through the karst topography along the different features that Mr. Powell talked about. And then we had the testimony that you know, there was no concern about runoff, you know, necessarily moving quickly into the groundwater. And I just wanted to see if that had been considered at the time of the EA, because it would seem that putting all those things together, there's a legitimate, so the snap maps show different tailings and processing piles and or sites or locations, and that's what's sort of delineated with that those diagonal lines. And I mean, certainly something that we're going to argue in our brief is that the risk to public health and safety of runoff and weather events is, you know, contaminating the groundwater or from the construction hasn't been adequately evaluated as part of the application process. So if that had been considered at the EA stage and it had been eliminated as worthy of concern, then I should give the witness a chance to say, hey, we considered that, we eliminated that as a concern, and here's why.
I guess I'm still struggling. The reason I object is the question was as to the diameters of the boreholes, and I think the explanation that you just gave illustrated my point that it's not connected to the diameters of the boreholes. So maybe your question is about something different than the diameters of the boreholes.
Well, I think the reason that I was asking that is because the patent exhibit 3 and subsequent exhibits, which was the bar report, showed borings that they had obtained for the purpose of this project that were relatively you know, I don't really know how wide they were, but certainly not a foot. You know, it might have been a few inches in width. And I just wanted to, you know, I think it's a different safety concern when you're talking about 2-foot to 6-foot diameter boring holes potentially going 300 feet down into the earth versus 6-inch or 4-inch holes that common sense would dictate probably naturally just heal over the course of time due to normal activity. You know, maybe it's a bad question. I don't know. I thought it was a good question.
I'm going to overrule the objection. We may need to have the question read back.
Question, when you did through the time of the completion of the EA, were you ever aware that the boreholes that are delineated in the SNAP Maps program can be from, at the very least, from 2 to 6 feet in diameter, as much as 300 feet deep?
I do not believe within the report that was put out to the public that the diameter of the boreholes was ever indicated.
Okay, my question was, were you aware of it up through the time of the completion of the EA?
Pretty sure my answer stated that the public report that I read never stated the diameter of the boreholes.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right. So we have anyone else for staff? Yep. So don't have so let's go off the record just a second. Witness Olson, sorry. Attorney Olson, we don't have your witness back yet.
I'm gonna call and find.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Oh, you are? Okay.
I should have turned my camera on. I'm so sorry.
No, you're okay. I didn't
Sorry,
let you. I think-
apologizing, Your Honor.
So just so I know, we're off the record, right? Just fine. Did you ever leave the Zoom?
It kicked me off
Oh,
once and you let me back in, and then it kept um,
okay.
fading out, and so, but when it came back, it looked as if it was still connected. So I believe
Yeah.
I only had to actually have you let me back in once,
Right, right. Okay.
but I should be stable now.
Okay, good.
Famous last words I know in the internet world, but I should be
Yes.
stable now.
All right. Well, why don't
Thank
we
you so much, Your Honor, for your indulgence.
now that we want to make sure you get a chance here. So we'll take Brown next. So let's call Barbara Brown and I'll swear you in. So first of all, I'm gonna get my fancy spotlight and oh, that's the wrong one. No, there we go. Okay, good. All right, so let me swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, great. Go ahead, Attorney Olson.
Ms. Brown, have you prepared and caused to be filed direct testimony in this matter consisting of 9 pages and 13 exhibits, one of which Exhibit 10 was stricken?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Other than the corrections, additions, or deletions ordered by the judge in this matter, do you have any corrections to your testimony to make on the record today?
Not at this point.
Is all of the testimony that you have submitted thus far true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
If I asked you the questions in your direct testimony today, here and now, would your answers be the same?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
With the exception, I might add some addition from what I've heard on mine testimony.
I'm going to ask some questions to
We'll
allow
ask
you to
about those later.
respond. Okay, strictly limited to responding to what you heard. So, okay, you were present over the last 2 days of hearings when all of the applicants' witnesses testified, true?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to the applicant's witness, Professor Ellenbogen. He testified about his definition of annoyance or community annoyance, as that terminology is used in relation to wind turbines. Tell us your response to Dr. Ellenbogen's testimony, limiting strictly to your response to his testimony.
I use the definition in my testimony.
Okay, why is that?
Because I consider it more accurate.
Okay, but okay,
And
you can't respond back to your testimony. You have to limit it strictly to responding to his testimony. What if anything was wrong with his testimony?
Wait, ma'am, excuse me, ma'am, you can't talk at the same time. Sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Olson.
Okay.
Sorry, Judge.
Dr. Ellenbogen essentially took issue with the definition of annoyance. Explain what you find is wrong with that.
Well,
if anything.
After Red Barn started operating, I observed a significant amount of serious complaints from the local area, and I didn't observe that in relation to Montfort Wind Farm. So that's kind of what started my curiosity on this, and my observation that with the latest Red Barn that.
Your Honor, I'll object. This is outside of the scope of Sir rebuttal. She's talking about complaints raised at Red Barn, and I think she was asked about her objections to Dr. Ellenbogen's definition of annoyance.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost about
this.
Okay,
let me direct you in a question. Is your testimony essentially that the complaints that you observed firsthand that were attributed truly or falsely to the Red Barn Wind project were consistent with the definition of annoyance in your direct testimony. Therefore, you think Dr. Ellenbogen is incorrect, right?
I'll object as leading.
Precisely.
Leading, or well, I'm gonna allow it just so we can get through.
Okay.
Yeah. So, do we want to maybe have that read back?
I think she answered.
Yeah, but
She
I
answered.
didn't hear that. So, well, let me ask you, Debbie, did you get the answer from the witness?
I got the word precisely.
Okay, and that was all she said. I didn't hear anything. So, okay, if that was a complete answer, we can move on.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, understanding how this works, that you can only just respond to what the witness said and nothing else. I'm going to ask you, tell us your response, if any, to the testimony that we heard yesterday from Dr. Ellenbogen, which may have been understood to be implying that the public health effects attributed to the wind turbines are psychosomatic in nature.
I'll object to the extent that it mischaracterizes Dr. Ellenbogen's testimony.
Okay, overall.
I don't think it mischaracterized.
That's okay.
Don't say anything. Just give your answer.
It's okay.
Oh.
Let's just, you can answer the question.
My community, Montfort, is between two wind farms. Residents between the smaller turbines Montfort Wind Farm and the new Red Barn IWTs
Your Honor, I'll object to this testimony. It's non-responsive.
Okay, so you want to try again?
Yeah. Listen, there's you have to just respond really to exactly what he said yesterday, okay? Why do you, if you do you have any critique of his testimony that we heard yesterday, which may have been understood to be asserting that the effects on public health, sometimes attributable to wind turbines, are psychosomatic in nature?
Yes. My response is that from the local community, we saw no such complaints with the existing Montfort wind farm. And now that the larger IWTs have come in, the area inhabited by the same people, we're now having complaints. And if these were, he talked, I think, about psychosomatic due to resistance to wind turbines, due to fear of wind turbines. And that's not what I observed from the Montfort Wind Farm. But as soon as the Red Barn IWTs came online, we suddenly got these complaints and expressions of annoyance. And so it doesn't appear to me that his definition of psychosomatic, and particularly when he actually linked it to resistance to turbines or to fear of turbines, makes any sense, since these people had no problems with the Montfort Wind Farm.
Okay, thank you. You were here, or you were there, we were over at the hearing room yesterday when a witness by the name of Cooper Johnson testified, okay? And now here, pay attention, please. Okay. I want to focus you just on responding to Mr. Johnson's testimony that a decommissioning fund was not needed because of the experience of the wind farm at Montfort. What critique, if any, do you have of that specific piece of testimony?
Montfort Wind Farm is a one of, much smaller, much less potential for considerable blight should it not be properly decommissioned. The the risk to the local communities as well as participating landowners is significantly higher given the scale of the Roger Hollow request. And so it appears that it's just kind of not responsive to the issue of what happens to the risk of to the local community if something should go wrong with Badger Hollow and it not be properly decommissioned because there was no funding.
Okay, thank you. Now, you were here, you were present yesterday, okay, for Dr. Patton's testimony. And at one point he testified about the excavation of the trenches for the collectors and the areas for the bases of the wind turbines, to the extent that there was no need for concern about runoff from tailings getting into the groundwater through those openings in the ground that would be created as a result of this project, because his testimony was that the areas where the tailings were at a lower elevation than the areas that were going to be disturbed. Confine yourself to just that piece of testimony and give us your critique of it, if any.
And I'll just interpose an objection to the extent that it mischaracterizes Mr. Patton's testimony.
Okay, noted. Go ahead with your answer.
From personal knowledge, there are existing mine workings with tailings at the tipples and entrances that are approximately at the elevation of the fields in which the turbines. So I agree with his statement that by and large, the tailings from the adits are down the hillside, but not in all cases.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, and I think perhaps Miss Hunt, Amy Hunt referred to a situation where that may be the case. There's, let me get my location of the thing.
Yeah.
So we local knowledge, from local knowledge, we know of locations where the tailings are at elevations at the same level as the turbine sites. So we would just say that is not adequate.
So off the record for a second, Debbie, did you need some clarification?
Did you say something about adit, or was it added?
Oh, ADIT. It's the horizontal mine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
ADIT. Sorry about that.
There was a question I had yesterday too, and so when I heard it again.
Is your microphone, can you get a little closer to your microphone, Barbara? It's on your head. Okay, I wasn't sure. I can't see.
And you're not hearing me well?
Well, just a few words drop out, but I think we're making do okay. So, all right, go ahead.
I'll try and be clear and.
Go ahead, Nielsen, you can continue.
Okay, similarly, you were here, you were present yesterday when Mr. Patton was testified that one borehole per turbine site was sufficient for public safety purposes, but he also testified along the lines that due to horizontal mining and occasional voids in the topography, there might be a difference in conditions, a relatively small number of feet one direction or another from a borehole. I would like you to comment on whether or not you believe that those two statements are consistent or inconsistent.
And objection to the extent that it mischaracterizes Mr. Patton's testimony.
Noted, you can answer.
They appear on the face of it to be inconsistent. My experience with old mine workings is that the latter a few feet to one side or the other, could be very different conditions, would say that that statement is the accurate one in this particular condition.
And then there, staying on Mr. Patton's testimony, he had a comment, he had a testimony about the possibility of drilling monitoring wells to monitor lead and other contaminants in the groundwater, and then monitoring those throughout the course of the life of the project that's being proposed. I tried to ask him whether he recommended that or not, and I think that his recommendation was that it wasn't needed unless it would be required by a governmental authority. What is your critique of that testimony, if any?
I would ask that the PSC require it.
Whoa, hold on. You're not here to ask anything. You're not here to do any
Okay,
of that.
I
You're
would
here
need-
to give your
yeah.
opinion, if you have one, on whether that is needed or not.
I think given the geologic conditions, we heard in today's testimony that there's a flooded mine underneath part of the area that we don't know how far, that there's enough, there is enough risk of additional contamination that monitoring should be required for this project.
Okay. Okay, so when we go to Professor Loomis, I believe it was Professor Loomis. I'm not sure what his credential was actually, but witness Loomis he testified about essentially a cost benefit analysis that he performed, and his testimony essentially was that it was unnecessary to quantify in that cost benefit analysis any local impacts related to health concerns, because in his opinion there were none. What is your critique, if any, of that specific line of testimony?
Well, should Dr. Ellenberger be incorrect, then it is, and based on experience with Red Barn, I would suggest that there may be local health impacts, and there may be other local economic impacts based on, for example, reduced tourism. That those local impacts should have been included in the model.
The same, I'd like to ask you that same question about, I believe it's Dr. Howard or Witness Howard. He also did a model, and again, did not include any impact. He didn't subtract anything from the benefits to account for local impacts. Provide your critique of that conclusion of his live testimony yesterday, if you have one.
Objection to the extent that this mischaracterizes Dr. Howard's report and testimony.
Okay, noted. Go ahead and answer.
My understanding was the simulation was for a generic power plant in this region.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Or global.
Okay.
At this point, she's just giving her interpretation of the report that was offered, which I think is inappropriate for the
No, ma'am, I'm.
Okay, off the record.
Okay.
Hang on. So we have a current objection. What do you say, Attorney Olson? Any response?
You're off the record?
Okay, let's get back on. Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Response from Attorney Olson?
I think it was going broader than I was trying to elicit. Could I re-ask my question?
Yeah. You can try to rein her in. Yep, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Ms. Brown, I want you to pay attention to me. This has to be the rules of this proceeding require that this be a very narrow answer directed explicitly at the little piece of testimony that we heard over the last 2 days, at some point over the last 2 days, that I'm going to ask you about. What critique, if any, in a nutshell, do you have of the portion of Dr. Howard's testimony which could be understood as to have not factored in any number, any quantity for local detriments?
I'll object to the extent that it mischaracterizes the report and his testimony.
All right. Noted. Go ahead.
From his testimony, not from the report, I heard him say that this model took into account regional averages and global averages. And my take would be that some of those are not, so the benefits do not accrue to this area. For example, his benefit of reduction in emissions from fossil fuel fired plants. There aren't, to my knowledge, there are not any gas and oil within 50 miles and coal within 80, 90 miles, to my knowledge. And so I would contend that the local residents won't get those benefits. And yet, all of the interveners have suggested that there may be problems that the local residents encounter, and he took into account not any detriments from those potential issues. And so what we're seeing is an environmental equity issue here, Your Honor, where people globally will get a benefit from this, but no attempt was made to offset any potential individual and community problems with the local area. And that feels to me to be a serious flaw.
Okay, final question. Observing all of the testimony of the applicant's witnesses, was there any pattern that you found to be concerning throughout their testimony?
The pattern I see is that many of the issues brought up by the interveners, including those we enumerated before here, were not studied at all under the grounds that since Wisconsin prioritized wind, we didn't have to address any issues at all. And so instead of ensuring minimal impact on individuals in the local area, the testimony simply avoided local issues by saying, oh, we're going to comply with state of Wisconsin regulations. And if we comply with state of Wisconsin's, we claim that there will be no local issues. Now, in my past life, I did permitting for
Your Honor, I'll object at this point. We're testifying in the narrative. Also, I'll object to the response to the extent that it mischaracterizes the testimony offered over the past 3 days.
Okay, I would move to just end the testimony at "in my former life."
Yeah, I think, well, we basically got there. I'll note the objection and we can move on.
Okay, and that is all I have. Thank you very much, Ms. Brown. The witness is available for cross.
Okay, do we have questions for the witness, starting with the applicant?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon. What?
Good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Good afternoon, Ms. Brown. My name is Jess Polikowski, and I'm going to be asking you some questions, and I'll ask you, as your attorney did, to listen carefully to the answer that, or to the question that I'm asking, and to try your best to answer the question that I'm asking. Can you agree to those ground rules?
Sure.
Ms. Brown, you are currently retired, correct?
That is correct.
Your professional experience primarily involves financial systems, project economics, and strategic planning in the energy sector, correct?
Before that, I did
I'm
mine
sorry.
development.
Can you, ma'am, just a second, please?
Okay. Do you have a problem? Oh, okay.
Sorry.
It's like a canine emergency.
It's the little one. It's the little one that was. It's the little one that was barking. So I really apologize. That doesn't usually happen. I think his cousin arrived. So now there's 5.
Oh,
Come on.
maybe they'll just entertain themselves now.
They usually do, but this little one she barks a lot.
Oh boy. All right. Are you ready?
Yes. Are we ready?
Shut the door, Adam.
Nope, not yet.
Sorry.
All right, good. Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead. Do you need the question?
No, early in my career, I started as a mining engineer in U.S. Steel's Coal and Energy Division, which is on my CV. And in that capacity, I worked a lot with remediation of environmental issues around abandoned coal mines. I am not an expert in abandoned lead and zinc mines, but I do have some experience in dealing with the potential hazards from unmapped abandoned mines.
Thank you.
You asked also, I then worked in Texas with permitting and siting and design of open pit lignite mines.
I'm sorry, open
pit lignite mines.
Thank you.
So I have worked in as a member of the team working on the permitting process.
Got it. I just want to make sure you're done with your response before I move on. Are you done? Okay, good. Thank you.
Yes.
You're not a licensed physician, audiologist, psychologist, or public health professional, correct?
No, I am not a licensed anything.
And you're not a medical doctor?
Nope. Never claimed to be.
You're testifying as an independent expert retained to conduct scientific or medical assessments. You are not, testifying as an independent expert retained to conduct scientific or medical assessments in this proceeding, correct?
Correct.
You are providing testimony on behalf of Wisconsin Policy Monitor, LLC, an organization opposing this project, correct?
Opposing this project in its current form. Not opposing wind and solar as a general practice. I personally have solar. I've had no problems with the Montfort Wind Farm, so I don't want you to mischaracterize our position.
Thank you.
We think that you haven't done your due diligence.
And you are a member of the Wisconsin Policy the Wisconsin Policy Monitor, LLC?
Correct.
Are you receiving any compensation for your testimony?
No.
You've stated in your testimony that you monitor air pressure pulses from the Red Barn and Montfort Wind Farm using an air pressure monitor in your home, correct?
A barometric pressure monitor, correct, yes.
And where did you obtain that monitor?
Richard Jenkins has testified here as to the setups on those monitors, so I think we don't want to be duplicative on that. Richard has one of his monitors, the one that is closest to a Red Barn turbine in my back bedroom.
I see. So the monitor that you've testified about is actually Mr. Jenkins' monitor.
Right. I've allowed him to place it there. I've paid some technical attention to what it's actually measuring. Looked a little bit at the specifications of it, and on the surface, it seems to be credibly measuring small variations in pressure at less than 1 hertz as claimed.
And Mr. Jenkins, with regard to the monitor that Mr. Jenkins placed in your home, would it be fair to say that Mr. Jenkins was also responsible for calibrating that monitor?
As I understand, they don't need calibration. They come fully enclosed and pre-calibrated from the manufacturer. But I haven't contacted the manufacturer to verify that, but that is my understanding.
So you did not calibrate the monitor?
No, the manufacturer did, is my understanding.
And you did not conduct or sponsor any in-person or instrumented investigation at the Iowa Grant School, which you cite as being at risk, correct?
I cite as being potentially at risk.
Can you answer the question, Ms. Brown?
No.
Let me re-ask so we have a clear record. You did not conduct any in-person or instrumented investigation at the Iowa Grant School, correct?
No, I have not.
And you did not submit any peer-reviewed studies or technical analyses based on data collected from the Badger Hollow Wind site, correct?
No, we're not yet at that stage.
Your conclusions in your testimony rely primarily on your personal observations at your home in Montfort and publicly available literature, correct?
And issues that are being reported around the community. This is a small town, and everybody knows everybody else's business. So the community is talking about adverse impacts for Red Barn.
You assert in your testimony that something called spiked pressure pulses, SPPs, from nearby wind turbines cause symptoms like nausea, dizziness, and brain fog, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware at the time that you drafted your testimony that Jenkins witness Dr. Punch coined the term SPPs?
Am I allowed, Your Honor, to express my understanding of where the term comes from?
I believe if that's what you need to do to answer the question, that should be fine.
Oh, okay, so as a scientist, from my scientific background, my understanding is
No. Let me stop you. This is not responsive to my question. My question, Ms. Brown, is simply, at the time that you submitted your direct testimony in this matter, were you aware that SPP, spiked pressure pulses, was a term that was coined by Dr. Punch?
A term coined in order to define a already observed phenomena that had several different names given to it. The phenomena was already defined.
Whatever the purpose of him defining it, were you aware that at the time that you submitted your testimony regarding SPP?
That he had.
Nope.
Absolutely.
We can't talk. We have to wait one person at a time.
Sorry.
So we have a question from Attorney Polakowski. Do you understand that question?
No, Your Honor, it wasn't a complete question.
It wasn't. Okay, well, it was stated a number of times. Let's have the, okay. All right, let's have Attorney Polakowski restate the question.
Ms. Brown, at the time that you submitted your direct testimony in this proceeding, were you aware, and your direct testimony, which describes and refers to the term SPPs, or spiked pressure pulses, at that time that you submitted your direct testimony, were you aware that SPPs was a term that was coined by Jenkins witness Dr. Punch?
Asked and answered.
Overruled. And you answered yes, I believe. I heard yes.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. The next question.
You, again, you do not hold a degree in psychiatry or environmental health, is that right?
I do not. My degrees are in geology and geochemistry. I have, however, done some environmental analysis work.
Move to strike everything after I do not as non-responsive.
I think it was responsive.
I will let it stand.
You did not submit any medical records, patient case studies, or clinical trials confirming a causal relationship between wind turbine SPPs and health effects, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that multiple national and international public health studies, public health agencies, including Health Canada, have found no causal evidence linking wind turbines to adverse health outcomes?
I am aware of that.
Is a vague question, and it, the record speaks for itself.
That's what she was aware. We're asking what the witness.
I'm aware of those studies, if that's what you're asking. I don't reach the same conclusion that your witnesses do, but I am well aware of those studies.
All right, go proceed.
You offer in your exhibits a literature review conducted by the Vermont Department of Health as exhibit WPM Brown 12, correct?
Yes.
And Judge, if we could put that up on the screen, I'd appreciate it. And at page 3 of Brown Exhibit 12, this review concluded in the first paragraph.
Is that where you want to be?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time seeing it.
The annoyance paragraph?
Yeah. There we go. No. If we go, oh, can you scroll up, Judge? Oh, I'm sorry, page 3 of the, there we go.
Okay.
And you're aware that this review concluded that at the noise levels studied, there's no evidence of a direct effect of wind turbine noise on any health outcomes considered, correct?
At the noise level study, correct.
And this review, Exhibit 12, did not address any issues related to infrasound, correct?
At least not low frequency infrasound, for sure.
And it didn't address anything about spiked pressure pulses, correct?
It did not.
It did not address anything about the nauseogenic range?
It did not.
You've raised concerns about blade failure, turbine blade failure, toxic materials, and end-of-life management of the turbines, correct?
Correct.
But you've not submitted any lab analysis or manufacturer data to support those claims, also true?
Simple observations of issues with local problems, nothing.
So you've not submitted any lab analysis or manufacturer data to support your claims?
No. You're not, well, wait a minute. I'm sorry, you don't have a manufacturer selected, so I couldn't do that even if I thought it was applicable.
I think the answer to my question is that you have not submitted any lab analysis or manufacturer data to support your claims. Do you agree with that statement?
Correct. Correct.
And you've provided no evidence that either Red Barn or the Monfort wind farms contain toxic materials or microplastics, correct?
Well, wait a minute. I'm sorry, don't we know they contain toxic materials, the lubricants and stuff?
Ms. Brown, I want you to listen to my question and answer it if you
So
can.
I have not submitted any evidence because I thought it was already in the record.
And you've not submitted any evidence that there's been any contamination associated with Red Barn or Montfort, correct?
Correct.
You have testified that local residents did not have meaningful input in prior PSC approvals, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that CPCN proceedings are open regulatory processes with opportunities for comment, participation, and intervention?
Red Barn was done during COVID. The announcement that was published as to a hearing actually didn't mention the word turbines. So I think it is reasonable for me to say that people felt they had no ability for input into Red Barn.
Do you know whether the proceedings for Red Barn were held publicly over Zoom?
No, I don't believe they were. But the timing on that was awfully early. So I don't mean that as a...
You did not participate as an intervener or party in any prior wind project proceeding, correct?
I did not.
And are you aware that siting and setback standards for wind turbines are governed by Wisconsin Statute Section 196-491 and Wisconsin Administrative Code PSC Chapter 128?
Correct.
Ms. Brown, you in your testimony recommend a full moratorium on wind projects, correct?
Can we see what you're referring to?
I think that said until known issues were addressed.
And if Eric, I heard your objection to address it, we can go to Ms. Brown's direct testimony at page 8.
Okay.
On line 20. And there you suggest that local residents have asked their state legislators to put a moratorium on wind projects until local communities can be much more protected. Is it your testimony that you believe a moratorium should be placed on wind projects until local communities can be more protected?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Okay, so I just go off the record for a second. I think I need to clarify one of the questions that was, or seek clarification on one of the questions. I don't know. I don't know who's going to be able to answer this if I can't. But Red Barn, I believe, was not a CPCN, as far as I can tell.
It was not, Your Honor.
Was it below 100 megawatts?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So the commission did not have any say for that case, and it wasn't a utility project, or maybe it was. Was it a?
It morphed, Your Honor, which is one of the other complaints that the local people have. It comes out as one thing and then morphs into another, and again morphs into a new owner and all of that.
Okay. So, as far as we, I think we can all agree it's at least not a CPCN. So I think in terms of the scrutiny and public engagement process that's involved with the CPCN, that was not provided in Red Barn. So that might be something. Perhaps we can deal with this on redirect. That might be a.
Well, just so we don't waste time, Your Honor, and I know it's not necessarily your obligation to tell me how to practice law, but what sort of a question would I ask that we could?
Yeah,
just
I don't
get
know
through
if this witness. Maybe
I can just ask. Okay, let me give it a try.
Well, we'll do redirect later, but wait for the other
Sure,
Um,
sure, sure.
I guess it may be useful just to note for the record, but let's see what happens. Okay.
Okay.
I was going to
But
say, Your Honor, if everyone is in agreement, maybe we could just note for the record those particular facts.
yeah, that's probably. And then,
Yes, that makes sense.
but in terms of Montford, I mean, those questions were posed to, was questions posed about Montford as well?
No, I
No.
just asked simply about PSC proceedings, and the response that I got was with regard to Red Barn.
Okay. All right. So let's get on the record. So I'm going to get on the record and speak for a second here. Just say that I think there was a question and answer posed by the applicant, answered by witness Brown, relating to the Red Barn approval process, and I think the was implied or was made. I think underlying the answer was the idea that the Red Barn process, the approval process, had implicated the PSC and its CPCN approval process, but Red Barn, we can all agree, and we'll note for the record, was not a CPCN, and to the best of my knowledge, did not involve a PSC approval. So that public opportunity and intervention and comment process was not made applicable in that for that project. So let's now move on to other.
Yes, Your Honor.
Other cross. We'll start with Clean, Wisconsin.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Linda Grice, not here as far as I can see. Jenkins, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Metallica, not here. Oyen, any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Reagan.
No question.
Okay. Renew.
None, Your Honor.
Schwarzman.
Yes, Your Honor, I have a question.
All right. Just introduce yourself and proceed.
Yes, Mrs. Brown, I'm George Schwartzman. And my question is, should the PSC give more consideration to the actual problems and symptoms residents in Southwest Wisconsin have with wind turbines, or more consideration to the opinions of out-of-state witnesses paid for by the applicant?
Object to the extent that this is outside of inappropriate sir rebuttal, also not relevant.
Okay, I'm gonna sustain that objection. If you want to argue that in your briefs, feel free. But I think that's not really an appropriate question for the witness at this time, just in terms of timing and relevance, and I mean, this is definitely seeking the position of a party rather than substantive information. So, any other questions from you?
No more questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Great. Okay, about trustees of 435.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, and commission staff?
No questions. Thank you.
All right, do we want any redirect?
Despite after the cross-examination, do you continue to stand by all of your opinions stated in this matter?
I do stand corrected on criticizing the PSC for Red Barn. That is a fair characterization. In my defense, I would say that Cardinal Hickory Creek was under consideration by the PSC at that time, and left an incredibly bad taste in local mouths. So I think in my mind I might have been convoluting those two. So I do apologize for that.
That's all.
Okay, yeah, no apologies needed for criticizing the PSC. We certainly hear it all the time. So let's see, that's all of the WPM's witnesses. So we'll move on if we can. So you're excused, witness Brown. Feel free to stay online, but you're free to go as far as I'm concerned. And we'll take commission staff, remainder of commission staff witnesses.
I think we only have one left, Your Honor. So we would call Colton Bushy to the stand.
I see you there. So raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. And your volume is a little bit low, and I know my volume's up high because I had to turn it up
was going to say, how does it sound now?
That's better. Yes.
All right, great.
Excellent. Okay, great. So you're sworn in. Go ahead, witness. Go ahead, Attorney Weiss.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Colton Bushy.
And what is your position with the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin?
I am a public service engineer.
Could you briefly explain how you were involved with this docket?
I was the engineer assigned to review the proposed project.
Did you file or cause to be filed direct and sur rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
And are all of the statements contained in that direct and sur rebuttal testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Are you also sponsoring 3 exhibits, the PSC completeness exhibit, the DRR or data request response exhibit, and the public comment exhibit?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any additions or modifications to make to either your testimony or those exhibits at this time?
No, I do not.
With that, the witness is available for cross.
Right. So before I release you for cross, just curious, and if you want to answer this, Attorney Weiss, that's fine. But the completeness exhibit, did that get filed yet? I wasn't sure if I'd seen it.
I don't think so, Your Honor. I think the completeness and the public comment exhibit are delayed and still outstanding.
Okay, so completeness, just file that as soon as possible. That should be ready to go. And let me just explain to everyone in terms of the public comment exhibit, which I think for people who aren't familiar with our process, it'd be useful for parties to understand that public comment exhibit will come out after the public hearing session. Basically, it's going to include all of the public comments filed after on the date of the notice of hearing until the deadline for comments established by the notice of hearing, and that I accept for the record. So I'll review that in consultation with commission staff to eliminate absolute duplicates. If someone filed the exact same thing twice, but I'm only going to accept one version of that. And things that are completely, totally off the topic. So if we get a comment about the Webco fuel cost plan, I'm probably not going to put it into the public comment exhibit for this case, which happens a lot. We do get people, misfiling in the wrong docket, and also appearance slips that we receive at the public comment at the public hearing session that have. If they're just filed as a written comment, we receive those at the public hearing. We'll put those in the public comment exhibit. Or if I get an appearance slip and someone comes to the hearing with a document, I can review that. And if I feel it's appropriate, put that in as well in their appearance slip. That'll be in the public comment exhibit. So I will vet those, and that comment exhibit will simply be a list of all the documents that are filed as comments on IRF that meet the description that I had just described, and then that will be put before the commission. The commission can view that as the public opinion, the opinion of members of the public about the case. And like I mentioned before, parties should not be involved with, submitting any of those comments. So, well, let me say not just blanketly not involved. So there are opportunity to advertise the comment process, but they shouldn't be filing any comments on their own behalf or on behalf of others. So,
and Your Honor, if I could just add one thing, I think it's great to offer that explanation, and I would just piggyback off of that, given that we have some parties who maybe are not as familiar with the commission processes. The completeness exhibit is just a copy of the completeness letter that was filed back early on in the case, I believe November 15th. So that's all that exhibit is, just so everyone is aware what the completeness exhibit is.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't really add anything. It's just, and it's actually just a link to IRF, to the letter, the completeness letter that's already in IRF. So,
correct.
Yeah. All right. So I think we covered that. It's probably longer than we'll get for questions, hopefully. Let's see. I'm gonna ask then if there are any questions for this witness. We'll start with the applicant.
None for applicant.
All right. And We'll go down our list then. Clean, Wisconsin. Any questions?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Grice, not here anymore. Jenkins.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Metallica, not here. Oyen.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Reagan.
No questions.
Okay. Renew.
No questions, Your Honor.
Schwarzman.
I'm not sure what this witness is doing for the PSC, so therefore I have no questions.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine. He stated his position at the PSC. So, trustees of 435.
No questions, Your Honor.
Wisconsin Policy Monitor.
No questions from us, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, and no redirect. So thanks very much. You're excused.
That's it for commission staff. Thank you.
And I believe that's the balance of the witnesses that we needed to see today. And so at this point, we have all the witnesses we need. We've received the documentation that's on the offered evidence list, just pending the corrections. It's all been verified pending the corrections. And in terms of corrections, we'll just want to review one more time if there's any questions about the comments about and how to comply with those comments. Anybody? So I know
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Perfect. Yes.
So for the deletions, should it be a line out?
I think yes, that's our process at this point. It's just going to be just a strike line through the text. Should work. Thanks for asking. And the exhibits will. So just so you know, so maybe just a little bit more background. We can go. I think we'll just go off the record now. So you'll see what we're doing now is I'll be crafting the received evidence list, which will be the updated links to IRF with the new versions of the testimony exhibits that we file based on the corrections. So for just the sake of clarity, you'll see similar to what you're seeing here for Hunt, that both exhibits will be displayed on the received evidence list. There'll be a strike through Hunt 1, and I'll actually turn off the link. So the commissioners will, I don't really know what they do with this document, to be honest with you, but my assumption is they use that to go through the record. They have another program as well that collects the documents and provides it to them, but this is kind of the official version, I guess. So you'll see the document with a line stricken through it, and the link will be deleted. It won't be live. So that at least we'll turn that off. And then you'll see the new versions of all these documents with your basically a duplicate of what you're seeing here in terms of the format. And then on IRF, the documents I receive, they'll be switched in document type from offered to received. So if you go on IRF and you want to look at what the record is, you can search for exhibits received, testimony received. You'll get a list of all the documents on IRF, and that should match what's in the received evidence list. And the received evidence list gets filed on IRF. And I call it a transcript document. So basically, the record is that the IRF document type transcript. So you'll see all the transcripts for the hearing, and you'll see the received evidence list. If you read all of that, you're reading the record. So that's basically how the process works. If you have questions about refiling, I'm gonna hesitantly say you can email me. I think if it's simply about just what the correction is and how to get it right, you don't need to serve everyone that. If I find like my answer is, well, why don't you? Okay, yeah, if I find my answer will be helpful to other people, or if there's something substantive, I'll just reply to all the service lists. But I think just in terms of catching a question, you can just email me without serving everyone. It's probably okay. And then And you can use what you have for an offered evidence list as the guide to what you should be, referring your documents to. So if you need to correct the page numbers, right now IRF has the correct version of these names that you're seeing here. The document underlying is incorrect, but I've changed it on IRF. So you can use that as a guide to what you should be renaming your document. Just use the R designation like I have instructed in the comments. So hopefully with the comments and the examples you've seen, you should be able to formulate the corrected documents. If you're having trouble, especially if you have to put in line numbers correctly, I find like that gives people the most issues. You can contact me and hopefully we can work out a way to get that done correctly. Otherwise, I think we're good to go. Any questions we can take about corrections?
Your Honor, what was the date on that? The deadline date, due date?
Yes, so it's 3 working days starting tomorrow. So
Okay.
20, 23, 24, the 24th of June at 1:30 p.m. You got a whole weekend, really. That's a lot of time. And but if I say that you're trying, this isn't critical. We need this stuff in, so stick to the deadline. But if it's something that's giving you trouble, let me know. It's not super critical. We get these documents in exactly at this time because we're not really using them. It's the commissioners are going to use this later. You'll need to be able to cite if you're citing things to your briefs. You want to use the correct citation format, but you should know what that is by looking at the offered evidence list. So use that as the guide. So just do your best and let me know if you're having trouble. Try to get things in on time, but we can work out problems and figure it out from there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure. Okay. All right. Anything else? Oh, transcripts, you'll get the draft in 2 working days. And then any corrections you'd like to offer is due 3 days after that. So we're talking about business working days. So again, you'll get the transcript on the 23rd at 4 p.m. Proposed corrections will be due on the 26th at 1:30. And then there's an opportunity to object to the proposed corrections. That'll be Monday, the 30th at 1:30. And I'm not gonna make any order or issue anything. Basically, just giving you a chance to tell me you don't like the correction. And you'll just see what I accept will be in the final version of the transcript. Court reporters will just follow my directions and put in the corrections that I think are valid. So that might, I think we'll get the briefs in before that. So, we'll get the transcript in, the final one before the brief, so it shouldn't be an issue conforming the two. Otherwise, we have the briefing schedule set, so we'll expect you guys to get your briefs in on time. Don't have that in front of me, but should be on the schedule. And after that, that's all. That's pretty much my involvement ends pretty much. So you're free of me unless you file another motion for something. Please don't if you can avoid it. And that's all I have. So anything else we need to address before we adjourn?
Yeah, there's just one thing I'd like to address briefly. Okay. I may be just completely wrong about this, but I think that the Ellenbogen 10 might be mislabeled.
Oh,
and it's something that I definitely want to cite in my brief.
Hang on,
so I'm just a little bit, let
me get back on there then. Thanks for bringing this up. That's good to know. Let's see. So let me well, it's stuck. So there we go. We're not going to be able to open it. There we go. Okay. So let's see what this is now.
Oh, Is your concern, Eric, with the exhibit at the bottom, the exhibit number at the bottom?
Well, no, my understanding was that that transcript was in the evidence, that it, that did come in, but then looking at, let me find where in his testimony he talks about that. I think it's in his rebuttal.
Sir, rebuttal.
Okay, it's in the Sir rebuttal. I thought it said, I might be wrong. I thought it said that 10 was the specific Health Canada report.
No, at page 13, it refers to the transcript as Exhibit 10.
Page 13. Okay, so then it might be in his rebuttal where he talks about the specific Health Canada article. So he said Health Canada later published a specific article. Well, okay, you're right. It's Ellenbogen 10 there. So, I don't want to waste everybody's time here, but I think there might be a cite to Ellenbogen 10 that's meant to be in Dr. Ellenbogen's testimony that was meant to be to something else. Here, I think I can find it.
So 10 is cited in rebuttal. I don't see it.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Huh.
I think he cites it in relation to.
We didn't submit Exhibit 10 until Sir rebuttal, so I'm not sure what the issue is.
Maybe it's Sir rebuttal. Let me find Sir rebuttal here. I may be wasting everybody's time.
No,
I'm really
it's
sorry
not
if
a
that's the case.
I think what you might be referring to, Eric, there is at page 8 of the Sir rebuttal, there does appear to be a citation to Exhibit 10 that should be to Health Canada.
Right.
And that should be, so we can file a correction on that. That should be, I believe, Exhibit, is that 4? Is that, what's the annoyance one?
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. So it's page 8 of the Sir rebuttal at line 9.
Yep.
Okay, so that should really be 4.
We're checking on that right now, but I'll file a correction. It's either 3 or 4. I just don't have it in front of me.
Okay, that's
You're
fine.
nodding at me. Is it 3, Jessica?
3 is stress, 4 is need, 75 is sleep. So
annoyance, we actually never filed the annoyance only one.
So it'd be 4.
Oh, okay, so it should be 4.
But annoyance was in the main one, which is 4. So
Yeah,
it's
okay.
exhibit 4.
Should be Exhibit 4. So we'll file a corrected to correct that issue.
Okay, so Sir rebuttal, page 8, line.
Line
9.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Great. Thanks for, no, that's great. I'm glad we caught that, and I'm glad people are looking at that. So perfect.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks very much.
Except it's still kind of, maybe should file the annoyance one, because otherwise the statement doesn't make any sense. Further still, Health Canada addressed the topic of annoyance in a dedicated paper. That sentence only makes sense if you file the annoyance one. I guess I don't really care how it's handled, but it doesn't make much sense the way it is right now.
You can just remove the word dedicated.
Oh,
Yeah. We can remove the word dedicated and then it would be accurate.
Health Canada addressed the topic of annoyance, period. Yeah, sure.
okay. Just the general. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
All right. That's fine.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. Great. So, anything else? Okay, let's get on the record. Thanks everyone for joining us today and participating. I appreciate getting all the information from the parties that we can in this civil process. So I do appreciate everyone working this out and working through all the witnesses. It certainly will be a benefit to the record. And we will proceed with the public hearing on Tuesday. And so at this point, this session is adjourned. Thanks very much. Take care.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Take care,
Thank
everyone.
you, Your Honor.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you stand with me?
Yes.
Thanks, Your Honor.